Gold Rush looks to be a pretty stacked show. We know this isn't just a normal NXT. This is a very special NXT. This is an NXT that is going to have lots of action, lots of title matches. In fact, it's nothing but title matches. So we might be getting some new championes. Let's have a look and see what we've actually got lined up. So here we have... we can actually flip over because I've got a bit of a better breakdown than this one. So here we have got, boom, the official preview from WWE. So we got Tatum defending against Jacy Jayne. Now, we was just doing a member stream where we did kind of talk about this, but I think that it's a bit soon to take the belt off Tatum. I think Tatum and Izzy are going to feud. I think it would make sense if it was for the championship. And I think it would make sense that we give Tatum a bit of a run first. I would not drop the title back to Jacy. I think Jacy had a really good run. I think that title run for Jacy was a big success, actually. I think it elevated her in people's eyes. I think it showcased her skills. I think it showed that she can absolutely... be a top contender in this women's division. Before she was a champion, she felt like another name in the group, whereas now she feels like she's got some aura about her. She's got something about her. She's got, a championship history behind her. She feels a bigger deal. So I think it worked really well for Jacy, and I wouldn't go back. I think that she's had her run. I think it's Tatum's time now. I would very much stick with Tatum. Sol Ruca against Blake Monroe for the women's North American title. I sort of feel like Sol Ruca is close to the main roster. Apparently, there's already been talks about her coming up if we was to do a draft. You don't have to have been the top champion to get called up. Many, many, many people have been called up that have never won the NXT championship. Becky, for example, got called up and was never NXT champ. And she ended up going back and winning it the other year because she never won it at the time. And so she kind of righted that wrong, if you will. But many people have come up that have not been NXT champion. So Sol Ruca, to me, has won the Women's North American title. If we are going to put a belt on her next, it should be the top title. I would not go back there either. So I'm going to say Blake Monroe retains. Zarya could say, don't worry about it. We'll get that speed championship next week. We'll be bringing that back next week or something like that. I could see that happening. But surely we invest in Blake Monroe at this time. Surely we invest in Tatum Paxley at this time. This is where we might get a title change. Chelsea and Ethan against Thea and Joe. Chelsea has got the women's mid-card belt on SmackDown. Ethan is the mid-card champion on NXT. They are both carrying 2 belts, which is a nice visual, but it's not a visual that we need to continue with. They don't need to be 2-time champs with 2 belts for an extended period of time like they've done it. We've got the pictures of them both with their 2 belts. I sort of feel like, would it not make more sense to give Joe Hendry a title and give something to Thea, kind of dig into that? I know they're a good pairing, but I don't think that's a pairing that we're looking at much of a future with, right? I mean, Chelsea is on SmackDown, and she has got a championship, and she probably needs to be worrying about defending that belt. And I think she's about to go into a big feud with Nikki Cross. And so do we need to keep dragging her to, or Mexico and dragging her over to NXT? I would just focus her on that Nikki feud. And equally, I think Ethan needs to have a big feud for the mid-card title that he gives his full attention to. So I think this, for me, comes down to attention. It comes down to spreading these people a little bit too thin when they should really just be focused on their belts and their challengers. So I actually don't mind a title change there. I know they're good. I know people like them. I know there's still stuff we could do. I understand. I get it. But as I said, she's got a feud coming up with Nikki Cross. I'm sure of it. He is sure to feud with someone because there's plenty of people that can come after his title. I just think we're spreading them a bit thin. like making them go to Mexico and defending belts here, and they've got other championships to worry about. So Joe Hendry, Thea Hale, don't mind the title change, honestly. And then this one, I would just stick with Darkstate. I think they could change, but I would stick with Darkstate because I know everyone is down on Darkstate. And I know that Darkstate is the new Retribution in a lot of people's eyes, right? There are definite changes we need to make. One of those changes is building up the aura of Darkstate by not having them lose belts and then win them back and 50-50 booking, right? We don't need that. Doesn't help. And I think they just lost to Hardys. Then they won the belts back. Are they really going to lose now to Javon and Leon? There's no shame in it, but they're not a tag team. They're two amazing young prospects that we've put together that I'm sure are going to be a great team. But these guys have got the numbers, right? They're a brotherhood that have been together for quite a while now, right? They should be able to come up with some plans and strategies that mean they keep these titles against some very, very good challengers. But this is not a future tag team. We are not looking for these two to be a tag team. He's one of the most exciting TNA talents. He's one of the most exciting NXT talents. He's just put on a banger with Gunther on the main roster. People want him to go to the main roster now. Do we need him to be NXT Tag Team Champion? I don't think we do. I think what we need to do is we need to build these guys up, right? They're clearly not abandoning the idea. So let's try and make it work. So I say keep the belts on them. Make them look good. Make Osiris look like a beast, right? Let's really start digging into these characters. I personally would get Cutler out the group. I would keep it 3. I'd make Osiris the new Roman Reigns. He would be the monster, the beast, the powerhouse. Dion Lennox has got a good size to him as well, though, in all fairness. Saquon, not so much. To me, he's the smaller guy that's a really good mouthpiece that can go in the ring still. But for me, he's the talker of the group. Saquon's the leader of the group. And he's got the two big guys behind him in Osiris and Dion Lennox. Let's start digging into these personas, these characters, these people. Let's flesh them out more. There's so much work to do there. Let's do the work. Let's do the work, right? So that's why I say keep it on them. So that's the 4 matches we've got coming up tonight. It's a very interesting show. And we could go any which way with a lot of these matches. I mean, Sol Ruca might get the belt back, and then we might see the dark side of Blake Monroe. Jacy Jayne might get the belt back because Izzy Dame gets involved and costs Tatum. Chelsea and Ethan could retain, of course, because it is a very good pairing. Javon and Leon might have a little run with the belts because we just are not going to call up Javon anytime soon. So let's give them a run with the tag belts. I mean, you can make an argument really for going any which way with a lot of these matches, but I suppose that's what makes tonight really interesting, is the fact that you can go in so many different directions with this. So yeah, looking forward to it. Honestly, I think it's going to be a fun show, a noteworthy show. I believe we're at Madison Square Garden as well. That's always enjoyable. That's always fun. And I'm sure it's going to be a show that keeps that good vibe going, keeps the momentum going. Okay, Tabasco Boshi, shout out to you, my friend. And Robert Wallace, shout out to you as well. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us as we are here to chat about whatever it is you want to chat about. NXT, main roster, Survivor Series, whatever it might be. Whatever it might be. Big Time said Daze Raw last week did 2.8 globally. That's good. That's really good. 500,000 from last week's 2.3. Jumps like that can be unfathomable on cable. But if WWE delivers good quality shows streaming across 7 days, it can be used to an advantage. Well, I mean, that's very good that we've seen an increase from WWE Raw. So that wasn't yesterday. That was last week that we saw an increase. Why would that be? John? Why would that be? John Cena? John was on last week, wasn't he? Opened the show. So that is my first thought. I think you'll see a big number, probably a similar number, maybe even a slightly bigger number coming out of this week. Again, John's final Raw. I would imagine that's done well. Certainly Watch Along was past couple of weeks higher than usual. So I'm looking at you, John Cena. You flipping needle moving hero. Niall Horan Fangirl. Hello. Shout out to you. Appreciate it, my friends. Daze, do you remember when Vince fired Ziggler and Ryder and both Punk and Cena demanded that he bring them back? Cena is retiring and Punk is back. Will we see Ryder and Dolph? Do we think it's a coincidence? Well, I do think it's a coincidence, yes. Niall Horan Fangirl, shout out to you. And both of those names I don't think are back, unfortunately. I think that there could have been a conversation from John. I think that Triple H will check with John, throughout the year, anything you want to do kind of a thing. I mean, John's been very clear that he doesn't pick his opponents, but I don't know that he wouldn't have had a little say about who he would have liked to have seen be in this tournament. So absolutely, John could have played a part in, them coming in. But equally, both of them are in TNA, and both of them are obviously available to WWE right now. If John could have chosen anyone, would he have chosen those two? Would he have liked to have worked with Daniel Bryan? Would he have liked to have worked with Jon Moxley? I think the fact that those two are available and are with TNA, meaning that they are achievable for WWE, means that they were viable options. And perhaps they kind of went to John with some options. Who would you like to be in this tournament? And, he did choose those two. I think those two are very close to John. I think they are good friends of John. But unfortunately, at the moment, the streets seem to be suggesting they were just one-off returns. They were just one-off appearances. So I think that that was it, really. Just a nice way of maybe saying, thanks, bye, John. But coincidental in the sense of they're both available. Neither were with, AEW. Because if they were, they would not be in this tournament. And, as a result, just like Jon Moxley, just like Daniel Bryan, just like Cesaro, who was one of John Cena's greatest ever matches. Him against Cesaro on Raw in that US Open Challenge is amazing. An amazing match. One of Raw's greatest ever matches. Unfortunately, they were obviously all out of reach, weren't they? So couldn't have any of those. But well remembered with the whole firing and bringing back stuff. I don't think it's necessarily connected, other than I do think Cena does like them both. I do think he is a fan of their work, and probably good friends with them as well. I think Cesaro said there is a bit of a group chat where they talk about coffee or something. Him, Cena, and maybe Dolph. I can't remember. There was 3 people that are in a group chat, and they just send each other really good coffee places to go whenever they're in the area. So, Cena, I think, does have those relationships with people behind the scenes. So, now, Horan fan, thank you, my friend. Very well remembered, and really appreciate the support. I would not be down for seeing both of them back on a permanent basis. I just think everything I've seen, certainly in regards to Friday more than yesterday, is that it's believed to just be a one-off appearance at this stage. Hannah said it was an excellent fun stream yesterday. Have we heard that WWE is upset with Gigi's messages about NXT pay? Would you say that she can redeem herself? I feel like people who don't make it will lash out a lot. I haven't heard anything about them being upset about her comments. The only comment I saw was she said there are some in NXT that are earning 30,000. Everyone thinks they're millionaires that drive Bentleys, and that's not true. I mean, what I would say is that's probably a really good thing for her to clarify. I mean, I actually never thought that people were rich in NXT, because I'd heard a long time ago that the wage was about 30,000. And actually, what surprised me was the offer that Jasmine got was as high as what it was. I actually thought she got a higher offer than I thought. I mean, I believe it was like 75, something like that. Which, I mean, maybe I'm just really out of touch, but I think that's a really good wage. I know people are like, oh, but they're on TV and all this kind of stuff. So what? So what? They're learning to be wrestlers. And just because WWE has taken a product that used to be on WWE Network and has now found a way of selling it to make money on CW, it doesn't change the fact that NXT is still their developmental brand. This is still people that are learning and trying to make it to the WWE main roster. Now, you might say that if you're on TV, you get a little boost. You know, they're getting TV money, so if you're on TV, you should get paid a little bit more. Honestly, the 70-odd thousand was above kind of what I thought they were offering. I could believe 50,000, but yeah, I was, you know, I mean, going back a good few years now, I mean, it's probably even pre-pandemic, where I heard that NXT talent was signed to like 30,000 deals. It's just not something that we've ever spoke about. It's not something that's ever come up in conversation, but 30,000, 50,000, 70,000, whatever, right? I know that they're not earning hundreds of thousands. And it's an interesting one because we've never spoke about it. And so as a result of that, you know, I don't know what people think. But so it's probably right for Gigi to come out and go, some of you think these guys are earning like hundreds of thousands, million. They are not. They're earning like some contracts are like 30,000. I think that there are some stars like Ridge Holland, who was on about 300,000 on the main roster. And when he went down to NXT, apparently they reduced it to 100,000. So someone like him was on 100,000. So, you know, we have actually learned, I've learned recently because of Jasmine leaving, where we are now in the pay structure. I've learned that it's like 70 to 100,000 if you're on TV, right? It might be a little bit more if they really like you and they really don't want to lose you. Might be a little bit more. But 70 to 100,000 seems to be the range if you're on NXT TV right now, a year. Which I think is damn good. I mean, that's a really good wage. Yeah, it's a really good wage. I mean, I'm sure, I mean, I don't know what it is now, but I remember teachers in the UK being on about £30,000, which was, I don't know, $50,000. I mean, these people are getting paid, some of them double what teachers are getting paid. And again, people can be like, yes, but they're on TV and all that. Say what? Give it a flip. Give it a flip. I really don't get the starstruck like I think a lot of other people do. Like, to me, I like the wrestlers, of course, and I'm here to, you know, support and watch the shows and enjoy the content. But for me, you are still learning how to do this. You are being developed. You're in training. This is training. And it's all about getting that big contract when you get to the... They should have enough money to live, right? They should have enough money so that they can afford a place and afford food and not have to worry about those things. I think we can all agree on that, right? You should be able to live and you should have a bit of money to enjoy yourself. Like, we don't want these people being poor. Don't want these people having to go to food banks and being on the breadline. But I think 70,000 is absolutely fine. I think 100,000 is... fine. It's a very good wage. I think let's just have a quick look to see what the average wage is in America. Just to see. What is the average wage in the US 2025? Average wage in the US 2025. Average wage in the US is 60,000 average. So there we go. 60,000. Within that, though, you are going to have CEOs that are earning crazy amounts that are dragging that number up, right? So obviously, if you're unemployed earning zero, it's going to drag it down, but it's going to drag it a lot more if you're earning 300,000, 400,000, a million. Some of these CEOs are earning like 100 million or whatever, and that's obviously going to affect the average. So the average is about 60 odd thousand. So wrestlers that are in NXT earning 70 to 100. I think that's absolutely fine. I haven't even seen any wrestlers complain about it apart from Jasmine, to be honest. I think the wrestlers know that you're there for an opportunity and you're there to try and, make it work. And I'd imagine those that kind of get signed to, say, 30,000 are probably, I don't know, WWE ID that are also allowed to work on the indies to kind of boost up their income. And, the expectation, they're not on TV. If they are, it's a fleeting appearance on Evolve. I'd imagine it's probably more like that. But, I think anyone on TV seems to be around that kind of 70 to 100,000. I'm not against them getting a little more money, but, I'm not against that whatsoever. But I don't think this is necessarily unfair. I don't think there's like a big, do you know what I mean, thing that we need to be kicking off about. So, there we go. Do I think that she can redeem herself? Can she redeem herself? Well, I don't know. I mean, she obviously is going to make the comments that she wants to make, and if there are going to be repercussions for that, then so be it. What I would say is if she goes away, makes a name for herself, gets momentum, builds up a fan base, those comments aren't going to mean anything. Think of all the comments CM Punk made, and WWE welcomed him back with open arms and a large contract. WWE is very simple. If you make yourself a star, get yourself a fan base, and get a buzz, WWE are going to be interested, right? They're going to be interested because it's money first, isn't it? It's all about that. So if she goes away and makes herself a star, she'll be fine, yeah. But if she goes away and just sort of plods around on the indie scene, then, well, maybe there won't be a way back. But that won't be because of the comments. Right, Marshman said Joe Hendry won't win tonight because he's made a name for himself and WWE signed him and now they want to bury him because they didn't make him popular, said Marshman. That's an old Vince thing more than a Triple H thing. I mean, I think there might have been some truth to that under Vince. I don't think there's any truth to it now. I think WWE are in a situation where they are trying to get ratings desperately. This new rating system has meant that the ratings have crashed. We're seeing numbers from NXT that's around 500 and some thousand. We're seeing SmackDown doing 100 and some 1.1 million, right? That's down about 200,000. Not because of the booking, but because of the new way that the ratings are worked out. I honestly don't think we live in an environment where any kind of pettiness like that can be afforded. We have got to improve these ratings. It is a big concern because the next time the TV deals get negotiated, these are lower numbers. I mean, we were negotiating SmackDown. It was doing 2 million when it was on Fox. Fox didn't want it anymore, so we needed to find a new home. But at least we could walk into the room with numbers for SmackDown that said 2 million, right? 2.2 million. Do you know what I mean? WWE knocking into the US network offices, opening the door, walking in. There you go. There's our ratings for the past 3 years. 2 million, 2.2 million, 2.1 million. Right now, SmackDown, 1.1 million. It's down about like nearly 50% when it was on Fox. Now, that's because USA Network is not as big of a network, so it dropped. It's also because the creative has not been very good, and so we've lost a few viewers that way. Probably lost a couple of 100,000 because of creative, right? But the new system, the way they work it out, that's also lost a couple of 100,000 for wrestling in general. AEW is also down. I think the idea that you've got someone popular like Joe Hendry and you are going to bury him because you didn't make him, when you are so desperate to get ratings for NXT, for Raw, for SmackDown, it's just not the world we're living in. It's just really not the world we're living in. It might have been true under Vince because, and going back to like NWO and stuff like that back like 20 odd years ago, because you go back then, ratings were a hell of a lot higher, so we didn't have the worries we got now. Vince was all powerful. There was no TKO board to answer to. Vince only had to answer to himself. And he could afford back then to kind of stick the knife in a little bit to anything that he wanted to make a point about, like, this is rubbish. I can't believe you came up with this idea. It sucks. I would never have done this. You know, things like NWO were not booked very well. A lot of WCW talent wasn't booked very well. Some people even point to Sting and the way that he was booked at Mania and whatever, not being booked, you know, all that well, like not really fulfilling, you know, kind of his fulfilling his potential, if that's the right word, in WWE. So I think under Vince, there's probably some truth to it, but I really push back hard in the TKO era and Triple H that is still something that's happening when we are so desperate for ratings. And we really do need to kind of turn that ship around a little bit. So anything we can do really in 2026, if Joe Hendry is hot, then just get him front and center. Get them ratings moving in a more positive direction. Otherwise, we could be sat here next year with SmackDown consistently, like us praying each week that it's going to do 1 million in the ratings. You know, oh, is it going to be 1 million this week, or is it going to be 900 and some thousand? And we might be like 12 months away from that. So it's, do you know what I mean? Big concerns with the ratings. David said 2.2 seems small for the amount of fans out there. Well, 2.2 is only in America. That's not worldwide for SmackDown. And that was actually really good. That was actually really good because, as I said, right now SmackDown is doing 1.1 in America. 1.1 million, and that's it. And Raw is a bit different because that's over several days and it's measured globally. But as you just heard from Big Time Baxter, it's up, and it's done 2.8 last week globally. So, you know, I think the ratings and the numbers are a surprise to people when we're talking how many people tune into WWE. NXT tonight might get into the 600,000 range, right? Because it's a big show that's been promoted for a few weeks, and it's coming off a hot Raw. So, you know, we should get into that 600,000 range, maybe 650, something like that, 660, something like that. I don't know if 700,000 is out of range with the new system. I mean, to be honest, even if we do 650, that's going to be an increase of like 100,000. We're normally in the 550 odd thousand range. That's how many people tune into NXT in America live. So it's these numbers maybe are going to surprise a few people that they're as low as what they are. I think the truth is there is a lot of fans, but not everyone watches all of the shows. It's kind of crazy, isn't it, when you read a lot of people's thoughts online about wrestling at the moment. There's a good chance those people have not been watching all of the shows. There's a really good chance those people just watch highlights and just watch things on YouTube and just catch the odd thing. If you was actually to dig into a conversation with them, there's a good chunk of people that wouldn't be able to talk to you in detail about things because they only just skim through shows rather than actually actively sit down and watch them. It's true. I mean, there's a lot of views that come from social media because there's a lot of people, like in the UK, for example, the show's on in the middle of the night. It's easy to get up, read the results, kind of watch some YouTube clips and just keep up to date. And then, you know, if you get a chance of a weekend, sit down and watch the PLE, you know. But when it comes to Raw and SmackDown, I'm not going to waste, 5 hours a week. I'm not going to waste 5 hours a week watching. I'll just keep up with the results. And I think there's a lot of that goes on. Not that people would admit to it, but I think there's a lot of that goes on. So certainly the ratings show that we're not drawing in 20 odd million every week. Big Time said, fun fact: Raj Giri has been posting SmackDown under the old system. Recent SmackDowns doing 1.14. Under the old method, it would be 1.3. If they're around 1.4, 1.5. We would see them at 1.2 or 1.3. It's interesting. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can only trust that he's accurate with that. But Yeah, I mean, that would say to me that obviously there's been a slump, which I could believe is a couple of 100,000. So you're saying that if they were where they are now, the old system would be about 1.3, add an extra couple of 100,000 because of creative, that would take us to about 1.5. It's probably still a bit down, actually. Might even be bigger than a couple of 100,000. There is obviously a decline that has to be built in, though. I mean, we know that TV ratings are just doing that in general. So, you know, what would or what should we expect SmackDown at the end of 2025 to be doing on USA Network? I would say 1.6, about 1.6. So if what the old system is saying is that we would be at 1.3 under the old system, then that says to me that we've lost 200, 300,000 people, just as a ballpark. So we're very much in the weeds with that conversation, though. Right. Can we watch the new amazing Juggalo Pro Wrestling JP Dub? It's written by Vince Russo with stars such as Sting's son and Cocaine, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Well, I'm going to leave that for you. Enjoy it, my friend. Keep us up to date. Jared said, why would they put SmackDown to 3 hours when it failed? I don't know that they saw it as a failure, to be honest. I think that WWE, even though its rating's not brilliant, is still one of the highest rated shows on cable. It normally is like second or third for the night. So it's funny, we sit here and go, oh, ratings are not good. But actually, the truth is, ratings are not good across the board for TV. TV is dying, right? You know it, I know it. It's dying. YouTube, TikTok, Netflix have all butchered TV. Absolutely butchered it. And TV is declining. It's dying. I don't know where TV networks are going to be in the next 5 years, 10 years, right? I don't know. I really don't know. I think you will see some having to close their doors because if the ad money's not coming in, and they're having to keep spending a lot of money on TV shows, competing with the likes of Netflix and Amazon, and all the good shows go there, and then you're having to pay, you know, a decent price for what's left, and you're struggling to get adverts on your chat. I mean, you're going to close. And we're seeing networks struggling. So I think if you've got a show like SmackDown, which is second or third highest rated show of the night, is it a failure to try and get a third hour out of it? Is it a failure to try and keep those fans on your platform? I think the fans see it as a failure because trying to book 3 hours of SmackDown trying to book 2 hours proves to be a challenge for them. But trying to book 3 hours feels like you really are spreading things thin. So I think from a creative point of view, the fans would say it's failed. I don't know that the networks would say that it failed. And I don't know if WWE would say that it's failed because I'm pretty sure they get paid more money, don't they, for a third hour. So WWE are making more money. The network's getting more attention. The only thing that fails is the creative for the fans. So that's the only thing that's kind of not working. And obviously the challenge is to make it work. So I would say that this year was the first year that we tried kind of going to the 3 hours for a bit on SmackDown. I think that hopefully there were some lessons that were learned. I think that trying to do a European tour at that time of year was ridiculous. I think that it was a real distraction from the build to WrestleMania. So I don't want to be optimistic for no reason because I can understand people being down on this. But I would just say, let's see how it goes first, right? I'm not down on the third hour of SmackDown personally. Because I don't need it. I'm not calling for it, but I'm not down on it because I just think it's more TV time. It's more opportunity. Do we have an opportunity to call up some NXT talent to maybe fill some of that time? You know, is this going to get Oba on the main roster? Is it going to get Jacy Jayne on the main roster? And if it does, is that going to freshen things up? Plus also, are we better prepared for it this time than we was earlier this year, where creatively we just couldn't make it work? Are we going to be able to make it work? Have we planned for it better? Have we learned mistakes? Was that European tour a major factor? Is it going to be better that that European tour is now early January rather than being February, March? It's now in January, you know? I don't know. I would much rather go into it optimistic than pessimistic and being like, oh, this is going to suck. It's going to be awful. I get why people are saying that. I do understand. But there are a few reasons to go into it hoping that it's going to at least be better this time. At least not be as bad. So, yeah, that was the reason as to why they've done it. I think for WWE and for the networks, it's something they see as a positive. Right, where are we? 39 minutes gone already. Oh, my God. Benny said, tonight's the night. I've concluded that Carmen Live is a big draw for this page. Dare I say, needle mover. Gold Rush is going to deliver. Well, I hope so. I'm looking forward to the show tonight. Championship matches everywhere we turn. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if we can... get some talking points. I'm just distracted because I've just read this. Tony Khan says WWE never asked to use Edge for John Cena's farewell tour, but never say never if they extend the dates. They're not going to extend the dates. I think they've been pretty clear. So, there we go. I mean, of course, Tony would, I think, allow Edge to do it. I'm pretty sure he would allow Jon Moxley to do it. But the request would be, when he comes out, I want an AEW graphic. I want him referred to as AEW superstar. I want WWE to legitimize AEW, acknowledge AEW's existence. You can have them if you do that, and I don't think WWE want to do that. I think they'd rather not have the talent than do that. I mean, that would be a big dub for AEW. You're basically saying, hey, you know this guy you love and used to love watching? Did you know he's with this company now? And here's us going to mention them and give them some free advertising to our global fan base. You know, I mean, that is worth its weight in gold. So, why? That's a win for Tony. There's nothing down there for Tony. All Tony does is lose Edge or someone for an evening. There's no down for AEW by allowing that to happen. I mean, you are just, kind of fooling yourself by not doing that, not allowing that. There's absolutely no negative to allow Edge to go back to WWE or Jon Moxley to go back with WWE. I've never thought that was the issue. The issue is, whilst they're under AEW contracts, the agreement will be you've got to acknowledge AEW, you've got to put a graphic on screen or something along those lines. And I just do not think WWE want to do that at all. James, hello, said, did you see Tony Khan? I didn't, but I'm interested. What did he say? He spoke about Punk's departure. He said he wasn't asked about Edge being part of the scene. I just read that bit. I haven't watched it, just from what I saw. I've not watched it. And again, it's just from what I saw. It's literally right in front of me here. Tony Khan says WWE never asked to use Edge. That doesn't surprise me. I mean, I would be more surprised if WWE had got in touch with AEW and said, can we use one of your superstars? Because that would be an open line of communication. My understanding is they hate each other. They're not talking. So I would be more shocked if WWE had got in touch with Tony Khan and said, could we use one of your superstars? because that would be a climb down for WWE. That here's WWE coming cap in hand to Tony Khan saying, "Can we have one of your superstars, please?" That would have really shocked me. The fact that they never even approached does not shock me in the slightest. That's you do get this a lot actually in wrestling, a lot, right? Where the opposite of what's been reported is the more shocking story. I mean, this is not a story. Tony Khan says WWE didn't ask if they could have Edge. That is not a story. That's not a story. The story is WWE asked if they could use Edge and I said no. That's a story. That's the opposite of what's been reported, and it's a bigger story. I mean, honestly, I feel like at this point, you could ask Tony Khan anything, and it becomes news. Tony Khan says, "I don't like WWE." Of course he doesn't. All the trouble that they've tried to cause him with counter program, but that would be a headline, wouldn't it? You could see that. I could see that. Tony Khan says, "I don't really like WWE." That would be everywhere, right? Everyone would be. Did you hear what Tony Khan said? He said he doesn't really like WWE. Duh. Shock. This happens all the time, right? And I think the reason for it is because, wrestling is niche, and every day there is pressure to find stories. Do you know what I mean? Every day, all these accounts, they need to be talking about wrestling, right? And there is a lot of wrestling to talk about, but obviously the stuff that gets the most clicks is either WWE or AEW. So, we've got to find a way of just getting some news. And so Tony Khan sitting down with Ariel Helwani, we'll just take whatever we can get. Whatever he says, we'll try and make some headlines out of it. So, and normally, if you sit and think about it, the opposite of what's been said is normally bigger news. So there might be quite a bit of that from Tony. There might be quite a bit where you actually look at I'd be interested to know how they started the interview. I think the big thing for Tony going on for me was that obviously Ariel Helwani famously said that Tony Khan was, one of his worst ever interviews. And that, it seemed like that was a dead relationship. So for Tony to be in the studio talking to Ariel Helwani is kind of a bit of a hell froze over situation. So I'd like to watch the start. I'm sure they're all cordial, shake hands and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure they might even touch on, what went down last time. I'm sure Tony might say something like, it was never anything personal. I just really, really could not talk about it. Maybe I shouldn't have done that last interview because I couldn't give you any answers, and I do apologize for that. But that's why I wanted to make sure I came back. And maybe it was something like that. That's the kind of thing I would imagine was said. And then, boom, go into, asking the questions he wants to ask and giving him some answers this time. So, yeah, it'll be worth a watch. I haven't seen it. I don't know what was said during it. But I'm sure it'll be worth a watch. And I'd like to see the start of the interview, see kind of how they got past that early awkwardness. Hannah, it seems like the biggest feud of the wrestling century has concluded with Tony and Ariel Helwani being on better terms. But never say never if they extend their dates of their interviews. Well, yeah, I think that, as I said, it'll be interesting to see how they get past that early awkwardness. I'm sure they had a chat backstage. And, I think that this is good, obviously, for AEW because Ariel Helwani's got a big platform. So this means now that people can tune in, listen to what is happening in AEW. I think it's wise from Tony, Doesn't really make sense, does it, to burn bridges with kind of these kind of platforms when you are trying to promote. If you're trying to promote a promotion, you don't really want to have people just really down on you and on your promotion. You want them on side. Makes sense. Get it? Big Time said WWE is risking dragging SmackDown down to a point that they're not going to be far off Dynamite where the gap is narrowing. AEW did 600,000 last week. On a good week, if SmackDown does 900,000, it's narrow. Yeah, I think, though, the average is about 1.1. I think they dip down if there's, like, it's Halloween, as we saw, right? So we're not at that point at this stage. I do wonder what's going to happen with that third hour, because that third hour's ratings are going to be lower, which means the average for SmackDown is going to be lower, which means that that third hour might take the average down for SmackDown in early next year. I don't know if that's something they've considered. It's certainly something we should be aware of, that, having that third hour does not make the ratings better. It's going to mean that the average gets lower, because that third hour probably sees a drop-off as people are going to bed. And so you're going to need some pretty bonkers main events to keep people around. And even then, I'm not sure it's going to necessarily work. So the ratings might not be good for the 3-hour run. But, that doesn't mean that the show is still, like, is rubbish or anything. It just means that the third hour is, like, bringing the ratings down lower. WWE are in a tough spot. I mean, it's hard. This is hard. It's always been hard. You are battling for people's attention, and people's attention is just so valuable in 2025. I'm battling for people's attention. I'm very grateful everyone's here. I'm genuinely grateful for everyone that joins us. Anyone that watches my Unseens or any streams that we do or any shorts that we do, I'm in the exact same boat. The attention of people in 2025, I mean, it's so valuable that, like, everyone is battling to make sure they're putting out the best they can put out, the best content, so that your attention is being rewarded, be it through information or entertainment or whatever it might be, because everyone is battling for that. Video games. I mean, when Grand Theft Auto comes out, that is going to take a lot of attention away from cinemas, new films that are coming out, from streaming platforms, from YouTube, from TikTok. Every content creator wants more views. Every content creator needs more attention. There isn't a content creator out there that's satisfied. You could be the biggest one on the planet, and you're still going to look and compare how your latest stream did to your previous stream. And if it's down, you're going to be down. And if it's up, you're going to be pleased. It's life. That's how it goes. That's how it works. WWE are not just competing with AEW. And Vince did say this a long time ago. We're not just competing with other wrestling companies. We're competing against video games. We're competing against streaming platforms. We're competing against the NFL. We're competing against flipping Halloween when it's Halloween. Anything that takes attention is competition. It is hard. And I do think that gets forgotten about how hard it is. And the fact that it doesn't get easier, it only gets harder. The longer that time goes by, the more content creators there are, the more new video games there are, the new albums to listen to and all this. Your attention's being pulled in every which direction it can be. It's not like things are getting easier and there's less content creators, If there was less content creators, and I'm not just talking YouTubers and TikTokers, I'm talking about people that make TV shows, people that make films, any piece of content. Taylor Swift is a content creator. She makes albums, right? She makes music. Any content that is being created, video game creators, whatever it might be, there is not less of them in 2025. We have never had so many. And so, as a result, it's all getting spread out. And do we think there'll be less next year or more? It's going to be more. And what about 2027? And what about 2028? And what about 2029? It is, I don't want to say oversaturated, because, I mean, come back in 10 years when I might say it's oversaturated. But, I mean, it's hard. It's really hard. So I do think that WWE sort of deserve at least that acknowledgement of how difficult it is and how ratings are going to decline, and how, it's really about the speed of the decline more than anything else. No one is looking at WWE as being able to get ratings up to 3 million again. No one is looking at them having the ability to turn this ship around. Really, it's honestly, it's about managing the decline. That's where we are. It's about accepting that the numbers are going to keep going down. It's just how quickly, what is the speed that they go down. That's where we are. And I think, TV, you're going to have to be an industry leader. You're going to have to put on truly one of the TV products of all time if you're going to turn that around and actually see growth. You're going to have to put on something truly spectacular. And I think we can say the Bloodline kind of falls a little bit into that character, into that. I think the Bloodline and what we did with Roman and that story, I think, is truly special. It helped massively that they were on Fox. Massively. If they were on Fox now doing Bloodline stuff, I bet it's 1.8, 1.7. I bet it ain't 2 million now. 2 million, 2.1 million is like April 2024. We're in October 2025. I bet it's dropped. Even if you was doing the exact same thing, because it's about managing the decline. And there is a decline. So, it's hard for wrestling. Really, really difficult. But it's difficult for everyone. The only thing that seems to be a bit immune is sports. Because people will still tune into sports, live sports. That's the only thing that's kind of immune because of the fact that the NFL is so popular. Premier League football is so popular. Baseball is still so popular. Like, all of those things are true sports with sports stars and everything. You'd like to think that WWE could maybe, dig into that. But obviously, everyone knows that it's scripted. Everyone knows that it's a form of entertainment. Everyone knows that they can pick and choose who they want to push and who they want to promote. So, it's not the same. If baseball was scripted, that would also struggle because people would criticize the storylines just like they do with wrestling and blah, 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 blah. But because it's like an actual sport and, there's people that are going to support their team for their life, ride or die. I was born in this state. That's my state. I'm an LA Dodgers fan. I'm a, New York Giants fan or whatever sports team you support. Like, that's your team and you ain't changing. It's that kind of loyalty that WWE does enjoy. I mean, it enjoys it from me and it enjoys it from you, but it doesn't command the same level of loyalty like a sports team does on that same sort of scale, But there are WWE fans that are fiercely loyal, and I would consider myself one of those. WWE can keep serving up bad shows and slap me in the face, but I know that there's good stuff on the way because I've seen the history of WWE where it peaks and goes up and goes up and goes down. And do you know what I mean? Very cyclical, isn't it? Sometimes you get good stuff, sometimes you get bad stuff. We're quite happy to criticize the bad stuff. We're quite happy to praise the good stuff. We're quite happy to talk about wrestling in general. And we all want it to thrive and we all want it to survive. And even if the TV deals completely crash, I'm confident that it survives because it just changes its model. And its new model might be its old model, which is where it relies on house shows. And it just relies on the money it makes from tickets and merch. And it doesn't rely on TV money. And instead, it shows different ways. I'm sure it's making really good YouTube rev at the moment. I'm sure that's a considerable amount of money that's coming in. And I wonder if there's a way forward there where the shows go on to, they could strike a deal with YouTube to get a better percentage. And, maybe they start making money that way if the TV deals crash. Obviously, if the TV deals crash, then, they might look at the streaming services. Netflix came in, but Amazon's out there. And you've got other platforms, of course, that are out there. So, yeah, I mean, look, there's loads of ways that WWE can survive. TV feels like it's everything right now, but it doesn't have to be everything forever. Really hoping that there won't be a split, says BB Spooks, for Zarya and Sol Ruca tonight. They're my favourite women's tag team. Blake Monroe is a monster, said BB Spooks. Aaron said, I feel like the third hour is just so they can have more time for adverts, not for new spots for wrestlers. Also, I called AJ Costin Becky the IC, says Aaron. Aaron, shout out to you. Trini said, it's bad that Daze waffles so much, but I've become immune to him going on a tangent. His voice becomes background music. Think elevator music. I'm all right with that, actually. I'm all right with that because I've just downloaded a lot of ambient music because I do a lot of research and stuff. And so I have things like Brian Eno ambient in the background. I find it quite soothing. So the idea that these streams can be background music for people, quite soothing. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I think there's still a purpose for that in this world. And I'm okay with being the background guy. That's fine with me. James said, you need the not so good stuff to appreciate the great stuff. There is some truth to that. I think what I would say, though, is you don't need it in WWE in the sense that I really like the mindset, and I'm not disagreeing. I think in life that is correct. I think what I would say is, could the not so good stuff be all the other shows? Could the not so good stuff be like, I don't know, AEW or something, right? Could the not so good stuff be some of the cringy stuff you see on the indie wrestling circuit, and then WWE be the good stuff, you know? I do agree. I mean, like, good and bad, it's very true. James is completely 100% correct. As a WWE fan, of course, what we're fighting for is to have nothing but good stuff in WWE. And I think it's very healthy to say, well, you're going to have bad stuff, and the bad stuff makes the good stuff better. And I think that's a great way of looking at it. But of course, the battle is, let's get as much good stuff as we can in WWE. And let's compare that to the bad stuff that's outside of WWE, right? TNA excluded, of course, James. And I think it's a good way of looking at it, though. I think it's a good way of looking at it. I think that balance isn't quite right in 2025. Rob said, you need the not so good stuff to appreciate the great stuff. That is the Sadin dating profile. Oh, yeah. Imagine that on Tinder. Imagine that on Tinder. So it'd be like, I might not be the number 1, number 2, number 3 choice, but I'm certainly a choice. Yeah, very good. Very good. You need the bad stuff to appreciate the good stuff. I'm the kind of guy that's really good to go out with before you go out with the guy you really like. Yeah, that's the way to look at it. You know, you're going to get a passable experience with me, but then the next guy that comes like is going to be so much better. I'm going to make them seem better. Like, I wonder if there's something in that. I wonder if that is a way forward when it comes to dating profiles, you know? You probably would get some attention if you went with that kind of logic. It's very good, Rob. It's very good. Maka said, Daze, we are thinking 2 turns tonight. Izzy and Zarya. I wasn't thinking any turns tonight, actually. Zarya's got to go for the Speed Championship next week. So I don't know why she would necessarily turn on Sol Ruca when there's not really anything to gain out of it. Yeah, I suppose the only thing is to stop her from winning the belt again because you feel like she overshadowed you. So you don't want her to get that belt back. But then you are just going to create a problem for yourself next week, aren't you? Because she's going to retaliate. She's going to retaliate. And I've got to think if you do that, you haven't thought it through. You know what I mean? It's a pretty stupid move. You're turning on your friend a week before you've got a title match next week. So, but I mean, look, it's pro wrestling. Those things happen, don't they? Maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. And then what was the other one? Izzy. Izzy turns on Tatum. That would be a shame. Certainly if Tatum lost the title, because I think that runs too short. If she turns on her after Izzy wins to set up a feud, maybe. Maybe. But again, that means that you're doing Tatum Izzy, and who wins that? I mean, again, if Tatum loses, it feels like her run is too short. And if Izzy loses, are you just throwing away? I feel like really Tatum should drop the title to Izzy, but I wouldn't do it for a good few months. I wouldn't do it. Maybe that's the match for Stand and Deliver. I know that's like a good 5 months away, but yeah, I mean, a 5-month run for Tatum, I'm not down on that. And then she drops it to Jacy Jayne at Stand and Deliver. I'm okay with that. So, I don't know, man. Are we really going to do that tonight? Is tonight the night that we do? I'm really not thinking any turns. They're possible. I'm not saying they're impossible. But again, for the reasons that I say, I just don't know. I don't see it. Why would Zarya turn on Sol? The only thing I can think is because she just doesn't want her to be a champ again, because she feels like she was being overshadowed. But I mean, that would be the end of the friendship. And then, of course, she puts herself in a stupid situation as she tries to win the Speed title next week. Interesting. Trini said, we complained during peak WWE around WrestleMania 40. We still had issues. We can agree that the storylines were strong. I don't think there's any booking that will please us all the time. No, it's true. There is always good and always bad. I mean, even when you had Cody and Bloodline, the rest of the shows were still underwhelming. There was many times where we said that it felt like the Bloodline were carrying SmackDown. And it's like, oh, if you took Bloodline off this, like the rest of the show's not that great, not that strong. It is funny how it is remembered as like this amazing period of time where everything was amazing. I think that shows the importance of the top of the card. I think a lot of people remember different periods of time by what was the main event of WrestleMania, who won the Rumble, what was happening with the world titles. I don't know that people go back to 2021 and necessarily think about the United States Championship, you know, or think about like non-title feuds. I think if you go back to like 2021, I mean, if I go back to 2021, my first thing is Thunderdome, right? That's the first word that comes to my mind. Then I think Roman, early stages of the Bloodline. And that, you know, that's kind of the process I go through. Then I would go to WrestleMania and I would think, okay, 2021 is WrestleMania 37. So main event of that, Roman is pinning Daniel Bryan and Edge. And that was okay. I was not blown away by that match. It's not, you know, one of Roman's strongest. It's not one of the best main events. In fact, I would argue it's one of the worst in recent years. I just didn't really, you know, compared to what we've had in recent times, I just don't think that really did a great deal. So you can kind of go back and look at early Bloodline and think about that, but no one's really thinking about mid-card titles, not really thinking about non-title feuds. I think it shows the importance of the top end of the card and just how much that really colours people's perception of, like, you know, how good years were. But it is true that that's also the reason why people kept tuning in. They were tuning in because they wanted to know what was happening next with the Bloodline, and all the other stuff was garnish, was added bonus. And so it just shows the struggles we've had this year with Cena's heel run, Cody's creative, and the Vision just being very mid. And you know, those are three big things that did not land. Those are the three things that you really needed to get right in 2025. And I think WWE botched all three. I think they botched the Vision. I think they botched the Cena heel run. And I think they absolutely botched Cody's creative. And, you know, that's it. That really is where you can end the conversation. That's where the story of 2025 can end. It's where it begins and it's where it ends. And I think if you'd have got those three things correct and you'd got those three things bang on, very different year. Forget everything else, very different year. That's how important the top end of the card is. Which is why someone was asking, like, oh, what would we do to, you know, if you was in creative, what would you do? No doubt in my mind, the first thing you do is you fix the 2 world titles, right? I don't mind the people that have got them, but what are the stories that we're telling? Right now it's Survivor Series, so get through that. But once we come out of that, what are the creative and what are we doing at WrestleMania? And are there some twists and turns? You know, is the feud the right feuds? What have we got planned for the shows that's a bit out of the box? And, you know, is this something that can involve social media? I really like when The Rock was putting up his promos on social media. I think that's definitely an aspect that adds to feuds. I think Drew did really well when he was feuding with Punk to actually use social media. And I think that it's a tool that just does not get utilized enough. So, you know, I'd be looking at all those kind of things. Whatever their big stories are for the world titles next year, say 3 or 4 big stories, are they right? Are they going to get them right? And that is going to really dictate the year for me. And the thing with Bloodline was they just kept it going for like 3-4 years. And it was great. And it worked all throughout. And it was brilliant. And that was it. I mean, it was just success, 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 success. And it was brilliant. And now we're in a post-Bloodline world. And, you know, we just haven't followed it up with anything as good. But you are right. If we go back and kind of dig below that, you'll find plenty that we were not crazy about. I guess Soul would make sense based on Raw star power. If they're trying to ride high Blake with Tony, said BB Spooks. Daze, I've tagged you in something for Unseen, says Carr. Okay, but I've got to go through all of my notifications today, so I'll try and have a look at that after. BB Spooks said Joe Hendry is king of using social media in feuds and diss tracks. Yeah, the one he did the other week where he was going off on Chelsea and Ethan got some good traction. Listen, that aspect of his game is close to faultless. You know, his ability to use social media and the songs that he comes up with and all that kind of stuff just works and lands and people really enjoy it. And that, I think, has really helped him. Yeah, I would point to that as an example of, yeah, this is how it can work. This is great. This is how it should be. Yeah, good. I'd say a very good example. I would never complain about that. I would say, lock me up, baby. Do your worst, said Niall Horan Fangirl. About which bit? I don't know what we're talking about. Jersey's Finest said Drew is really great in the ring and at promos. Never disappoints when he's on the card, said Jersey's Finest. Carr said, is the WEP happening this week? My birthday is Thursday, and I want Tommy and you to sing happy birthday on the WEP stream. WEP is happening. It should be back this week. And I would say put a comment in the chat, and hopefully Tommy will see it. And you might get a happy birthday. I'm not sure. BB Spooks said Tony Storm promos are unmatched. Well, she's been a brilliant character, hasn't she? I mean, she's been a real loss to WWE. So absolutely fantastic. Love her work. I think that's one that very much got away. I wish she was in WWE doing that timeless character. And, you know, she took a big gamble. That is one of those where she could have said to a lot of wrestling fans, I'm thinking of going black and white in my promos and being like a 1930s film star and acting more dramatic. And I think like you'd have a lot of people sort of go, I'm not sure that's going to work in 2025. You know, I'm not sure that that's going to quite land. It's a gamble. It's a risk. It's definitely out there, right? It's out of the comfort zone. And she did it, and it's brilliant. It's one of the best gimmicks going. You know, sometimes you can come up with these kinds of ideas and things that are outside of the norm. Not everyone's going to be on board with, not everyone's going to be comfortable with, but sometimes they lead to the absolute best results. I mean, you know, look at the Firefly Funhouse and Bray and how successful that was. I mean, sitting down and kind of talking about that idea, I'm going to be like a twisted kids presenter or whatever. I promise you there'd be plenty of people out there that be like, I'm not sure that's going to work, right? And then same with like Undertaker. Not sure that's going to work. Same with Timeless Tony Storm. I'm not sure that's going to work. So these kind of out there ideas, wrestling has got a very proud history of them. And not all of them work. I mean, the reason why people would doubt some of these things is because we've seen a lot of stuff that has not worked in the past, right? Flipping Retribution comes to mind, right? Of these kind of things that haven't landed. Some people might say Wyatt Six right now are kind of in that group, right? So I think it's easy to kind of be down on some of those ideas, but I'm always willing to give them a go. I'm always willing to give them a look, and I think that Timeless is definitely one that I wish was in WWE. Dean said, is there a way we can improve shows to make them more interesting? Well, yeah, all the stuff we always talk about, but I mean, for me, you need good storylines that are engaging, that people want to see the next thing about. Cliffhangers, where, genuine cliffhangers, where it's like, my God, where's that going to go? I mean, I don't feel like we put wrestlers in situations where they have to make too many decisions. I sort of feel like what tends to happen is someone gets attacked and they get beaten down, and the show ends with someone standing over them. And it's like, what's going to happen at this show next? Are they going to be able to beat this person? Is this team going to beat this team? And we rely on that a lot. So, one team gets beaten down, the other team's standing over them, or one person gets beaten down, the other person's standing over them. And really the question is, who's going to win when these two face each other, right? And I feel it's not a decision. There's no decision that needs to be made. It's just who's going to win. And I feel like, where's all the decisions that wrestlers have to make of, do I go that way or do I go that way? That's going to lead me down that road. That's going to lead me down that road. And we should want to tune in the next week to see which one they've chosen. And I think that there's so many different scenarios you could put wrestlers in where they have like these kind of choices to make. We just don't really do it that much. We just don't really do it where they have to make those kind of choices. So I feel like there's definitely something to explore there with cliffhangers and which way is this going to go. And I think compelling stories, not just promos and matches, but let's dig into other things as well. Off-site shoots would be really good, where, it's not just the arena that we're looking at, but, is there other locations that we could record at? NXT does that a few times. It's pretty good. We don't really do it on the main roster very much, though. I think it's hard on the main roster. I think the problem with the main roster is we're basically a circus that travels around. The talent comes in and is there for like 24 hours, if that. And it's like, even then they're doing like some charity stuff, sign-ins, all these kind of things, rehearsals. It's not really time to grab people, go off and film something. And if we do get a chance to do it, then great, but it's very rare. And I kind of feel like, there's maybe something there that could be built in. I mean, we used to do more house shows. We don't do those now. I mean, so that would say to me there should be time. There should be time to do these things. But we never seem to find that time. So, I don't know. I honestly think that there are genuine structural issues with WWE. We had a big conversation about it the other day, where I personally don't think that you take Triple H out, put Shawn Michaels in, and everything's better. I think that systems are wrong. I think that there are procedures that are wrong, be that how feedback is given, or where's the time to do these off-site locations? Why don't we have any when we're not doing house shows anymore? So how do we not have time? Surely we've got time. What about the development of people on the main roster? I think that's wrong. I don't know what the processes are to help an Austin Theory or help a Jey Uso, help people that need work. I just think there's systems and structures that are not right. And if I'm like Nick Khan, Triple H, that's a concern. I don't even know that the creative teams are set up correctly looking at how 2025 has been. I'd have big questions about what's happening in those creative rooms. God, I'd love someone new to go into WWE and just question all this stuff, you know? I feel like watching WWE in 2025 feels like supporting a bad football team. Honestly, the comparisons to Man United are very striking to me. I feel like someone needs to go in and look at what wrestlers are doing and what do the wrestlers need, and maybe speak to some of the wrestlers, speak about what their frustrations are, look at what the creative team setup is like, look at the feedback process, look at how people are developing, and, you know, look at how many people are sat in catering on each show, how many people are not being used. Have a look at, like, why is it so slow to call people up from NXT? Why are we not ready? Why did we not fit a draft in this year? Why is it that it feels like we're just flying by the seat of our pants all the time? Why is it that it doesn't feel like this thing is better structured? You know, there's so much stuff, honestly. I'd love for someone to go in and just flip in, question this stuff. Just like a flipping Tasmanian devil run through that company and just have a little look. Part of me would, and again, I don't want it because it's Vince, but part of me would enjoy Vince going back in and looking at where the company is now compared to where it was when he left. Vince was not the answer in regards to some of this stuff, but could you imagine a Vince-like character going into WWE, just questioning everything? I think that would be really interesting. Really, really interesting. I want more originality, said BB Spooks. They keep running the same stuff. They just keep swapping out bodies. Steve said they should rotate the rosters. So you have time for talent to go to the PC at least once a week. That would help with some issues. But it's not going to be Triple H helping. He's way too busy with other things. Vince would make it worse, said Alex. Well, yeah, but I mean a Vince-like character. I only use Vince because he brings the kind of energy that I was looking for. No nonsense. Question, would go in there, would not be shy, would have authority, would question everything. You could switch it with Ari Emanuel, the top guy in TKO, you know? Going to be honest, I think WWE storylines are dropping the ball, said BB Spooks. AEW is winning with their characters and storylines. I think when wrestlers go to each other's houses and, I like it when they beat each other up around each other's houses. Yeah, you don't want to overdo that, but we could do some of that. I think, you know, bringing in like family members is not a bad thing. Or, you know, you hate someone so much you want to beat them up in front of their loved one. You can, like, you know, you could understand some people being driven to that extent. I mean, would you be shocked if during Drew and CM Punk, Drew got driven to the extent of that feud where he went round Punk's house and was beating up CM Punk in front of AJ Lee? AJ Lee grabs Larry and, like, goes out the room. And do you know what I mean? Like, I think that's a segment that would really resonate with people and stick in people's minds as being like a true high point in that feuds. And you can't do that throughout the year several times. You probably do it once, if that. And then, you know, next year you might not even be able to run the same thing again. So that is an example of something you'd have to use sparingly. But I agree. I don't think we see that stuff enough. I mean, it is kind of like people get so worked up, so animated, you know, that they're like borderline nearly killing each other at work, and then they all just go home and like, oof, that was crazy. And then just talk online, and then it's like, right, we're back to it next week. I mean, there will be characters that take this too far, that can't let this go, that do go round to the other wrestlers' homes during the week. Why we don't see that more on social media? Do you remember during Thanksgiving we had Rhea and Dom show up to Ray's house? I think it was Ray's grandparents' house, wasn't it? And they did the same at Christmas. They were great. That was great. It's content you don't expect, put out on social media, that everyone's like, did you see that footage that dropped earlier? Rhea and Dom went round Ray's house, got into it with Ray. Ray's mom came out, and like, you know, Rhea was there, and it's like, Dominic gets arrested. Do you remember? Dominic got arrested for going around, I think, that house at Christmas, right? The police ended up getting called. Dominic gets arrested. He used that for the next 12 months. That was his entrance at WrestleMania. He came out in a police van. And the origin of that is a social media video. It's a social media video where it originated about Dominic being in the police van. The whole, he served hard time. Yeah? The whole dirty Dom in prison. And then he started telling stories about how, you know, he was like sorting people out in prison. And like every time he would talk, Ray would be like, you was in there for like 12 hours. You was in the jail for like 12 hours. You got arrested because you came around our house at Christmas or Thanksgiving or whatever. All of that came from a social media video. You absolutely, that is the kind of stuff that I would love to see more of. Where we can like, and not just that, just, it doesn't even need to be that. It can be that, you know, they bumped into each other at a flipping Walmart. Do you know what I mean? A few words being exchanged. Imagine like little footage of, you know, Dominic and Rhea or Dominic and Liv together. And, you know, all of a sudden the phone turns on, the camera's like, can you believe this? Can you believe that she's here? And they're at a Walmart and they're just walking into the store and out has come Rhea Ripley. And again, they're just going about their lives and they bump into her. And, you know, just do a promo exchange. Little bit of pushing and shoving in the car park. And, you know, little something like that. It would just go a long way to further a story, further a feud. You don't have to do anything drastic. Not saying that they go brawling in the car park and in place accords and all this kind of stuff. But just these little interactions just add a bit more colour to stories. Add a bit more colour to characters. I think it makes a big difference. James said, I miss those home invasion segments. We used to get a lot. I mean, do you remember the Attitude Era? We had goddamn Big Show interrupted, having his dad's funeral interrupted by Big Boss Man. Do you remember all this bonkers stuff that they did? We are so far removed from that. I feel like what was fun, anarchy, wild, vehicles being driven into buildings, anything could happen at any time. Has now just become so safe and polished and just so procedural, you know? But look, I don't like constantly moaning about WWE. We're not really. We're just talking more about what would we like to see change? What would we like to see improved? There's no point sitting here going, yeah, it sucks a bit at the moment. It's not, 2025 hasn't been very good. Everyone is saying that, right? Everyone is having those conversations. What's more interesting to me is how do you make it better? What is it that you're looking for? What is missing? That's so much more engaging, so much more interesting. The easy thing is to say show bad. The hard thing is to say how the show can be better. But at least, you know, that's why I kind of like digging into these things, because I think that is genuinely what we try to do here, where we actually go in and say, that's what's missing from that person. That's, you know, what we would like to see in regards to the shows and whatnot. So, yes, we always get stuck into these big conversations. I do like them. Rob said, what, AEW's winning with their storylines? How many more people are they going to add to a Don Callis family? How many more times is Mark Briscoe and Kyle Fletcher going to go at it? Talk about repetitive. Daryl said, Saturday night's main event is a great opportunity to see some dream WWE NXT matches. What do you hope we get, said Daryl. We touched on this the other week, or the other day. I think that you just take, I mean, there's not going to be many matches. So I think that you just take the top talent you want to showcase, which I'm guessing is a Trick, an Oba, a Javon, maybe a Ricky Saints. You're going to need a female in there. It might be Tatum. It might be Jacy. It might be Jordan Grace. It might be Blake Monroe. You kind of take those talents. It's probably going to be 3 matches, maybe 4, depending on how much time you want to give John. I'd probably have 3. That means 2 guys one girl. Don't think you showcase the tag teams. If you're going to showcase two guys, you might go Obertrick, just because Javon's had some TV time recently. But equally, I suppose it's better to think about that show as its own show. I wonder if you put Obertrick in a Can They Coexist tag team so that you can get both on. And I wonder if you do Javon in a singles match. Or I wonder if you do, Trick and Javon in a Can They Coexist tag team and you give Ober his own match, or however you want to work it. It would feel like those are the three guys you would want to showcase the most. But Ricky has got to be in with a shout, because Ricky, of course, is the NXT champ. So, and I would imagine, they would want to try and get the NXT champ on the show. So, and then you just look at the top stars that you can put them up against. I think, didn't we say like Javon against AJ Styles would make a lot of sense? I feel like that would be a really good match. Cody Rhodes against Ricky Saints would be fantastic. I think that they're great friends, and I don't know that that's a match that we would get like soon or even ever. One of them would have to turn heel, I think, to get that match. So as an exhibition, a friendly showcase, yeah, may the best man win. Very much like the final of a King of the Ring. If both guys are baby faces, well, yeah, that's fine. May the best guy win. We saw that with Randy and Cody. And so, yeah, Cody, Ricky Saints, I love you. You're my brother. Let's go out there. Let's burn this place down. May the best guy win. Love it. Let's go. I think that would be good. I think Javon, AJ would be good. If you do those two matches, I think the third has to be a female. We got some great talent. Blake Monroe deserves a showcase. Jacy Jayne's had a fantastic year. Tatum Paxley, I think people really enjoy. You might want to put up a couple of girls together. Maybe do a tag team. Maybe put them in there with an Alexa and Charlotte team. Both experienced, both top talent. Be a really good way of... you might want to put Becky on the show. Becky's a massive name, so you might want to put Becky in there with one of the young guns. Becky against Blake Monroe. Becky against Jacy Jayne. That would be heel against heel, but again, they're just showcases. They're just exhibitions. I don't think you have to worry too much when it's just a showcase exhibition thing. Although you do need the crowd to get behind one of them. So maybe JC Becky isn't quite the right way forward, although I do like that match if one of them was face. So maybe you go Tatum Becky. Tatum Becky could be fun. And she is the women's champ right now. So Tatum Becky, yeah. Cody against Ricky, yeah. AJ Styles against Javon, yep. Gunther Ober, thank you very much. But I don't know that you can do so many matches. I don't know how many matches you're going to have. I certainly don't think we need to showcase the tag division, but whatever. Cody Rhodes needs to learn how to have a good title run, not creative, says Brony. Well, this is where me and Brony disagree. I blame creative. Brony blames Cody, and I don't think either of us are ever going to move from our positions on that one. Uncle Revel said it sucks. It's so expensive. Last minute tickets, if they drop, would be fine, but Toronto is stupid, says Uncle Revel. Congrats to Uncle Revel. Joining our Community Hall of Fame. It's a very, very big honor and very, very well deserved. Will be getting added to the video. So I'll make sure that we get that done. I've added it to my jobs list. So yes, I believe Uncle Revel said he sent the picture over. So feel free to send over a little video as well if you want me to play a video where you speak to the community, or I can read a little something out. It's up to you. But yes, many congrats. Brony said Ricky Cody would be good to book if you want to help some people cure their insomnia. Again, me and Brony were just on different wavelengths. Brony is a Roman fan, a Cody hater. But Cody Rhodes has delivered a couple of the best matches this year. 5-star match against Kevin Owens earlier this year. of course, in an absolute banger. And then I think a lot of people would say his match with John Cena at SummerSlam is arguably Cena's best match this year. Might be the AJ Styles match. I think that his matches that he had with AJ Styles just coming out of WrestleMania 40, 5 stars from Dave Meltzer. The consistency of Cody's in-ring work shows that he's a fantastic in-ring talent. I think that the problem with Cody is that the creative is just not very exciting. We just can't give him anything to really get that kind of fire going, I think it was good when he was in there with the likes of Rock and Roman, and it was all based on family, and there was like some really heated conversations and some very emotional conversations as he's talking to Paul Heyman about his dad and about the history. And Dusty Rhodes going to ECW. We're touching on some very big themes, some very personal themes. We're talking about some things there that really matter. They're deep. And we just have not done that since. We haven't got deep. We haven't really brought in family. We haven't spoke about Dusty. And of course, you can't do that all the time. But you have to replace it with something else. And I don't know, what the flip have we replaced it with? We haven't replaced it with anything. So the advantage that Roman had, of course, is that he's part of the Anoa'i family. And the Anoa'i family is bigger than the Rhodes family. So he has got the Usos with him. He's got Solo. There's obviously The Rock. There's Rikishi. The Rock, fun fact, is still alive, unlike Dusty Rhodes. Could you imagine if Dusty was still around? Some of the ways that we could use Dusty. And the way that Cody could benefit from that, the way that Roman has benefited from having The Rock around. Roman is a very fortunate individual where, he's a great talent. Of course he is. A top star. But he's also got a hell of a support network around him. That bloodline story was not Roman's success alone. That bloodline story is Heyman, who Cody does not have. That bloodline story's success was the Usos, a tag team that was related to Roman that Cody does not have. It was a bloodline. It's The Rock getting involved, who is related to that family, which Cody does not have. It's a very different situation. I think if the conversation is Roman is good, Cody is bad, I would say that's fine, but why is that the case? And I think Roman fans will say because Roman's better. And I would say, I'm going to push back on that. I actually think Roman's very fortunate to have the support network that he's got. And I think if you take that support network away, I think Roman loses a lot. I think that he is still a great talent. I think he's still capable of big matches. But you only have to look at Big Dog era to see that Roman on his own, without Heyman, without the Usos, without that support, Roman on his own struggled and was getting mixed reactions. WWE were pushing him and the fans were pushing back against it. It was when he aligned with the Usos and aligned with Heyman that it clicked. So, I can point back to that and say that this was not Roman's doing on his own. This was not Roman on his own carrying the company when we had that bloodline story. We can look at the Big Dog and we can see the failures there. And so for me, I look at Cody, who is on his own, and I'm like, this is a much tougher challenge for Cody. This is hard. This is really hard. Like, he does not have any of that support network. We're having to try and do creative with just a guy on his own, which you can say failed when it was Roman Reigns. And you can say is now failing for Cody Rhodes. So I wonder if there is a conversation that needs to be had about bringing up some support for Cody. And I wonder if we do need to try and dig into that, because that was a big part of Roman's success. So it should be a big part of Cody's as well, hopefully, if we can bring him up some support. So yeah, I would not be down actually on looking at that next year and seeing if that may be a pathway forward for Cody so that we can improve that creative. Brony said, I feel it's a bit odd how you only blame creative for Cody, but when someone like Tiffany has a bad title run, you don't emphasize the fact she has bad creative. Yeah, well, the reason for that, Brony, is because tell me all the great Tiffany matches. I can sit here and tell you the great Cody matches. I just told you 2 this year, and I can go into more, right? Because Cody is fairly consistent with his match quality. Whereas if you look at Tiffany, I think she had a really good start. And then I think if you look at this year, look at the matches that she has, like those matches are not good enough. I think they're a bit sloppy. I think her promos are not very good. I think she's very repetitive with her Tiffy time catchphrase. I don't think she's got the ability to kind of go beyond that. I think that she's someone that we've moved from NXT really quickly. I think, honestly, and I'm not being disrespectful, I don't think you quite understand what I'm saying, right? And I'm not saying that as a disrespect, but I am very clear when I say that with Cody, I can point to great matches, 5-star matches. I can point to promos that he has with Heyman, with Roman. I can point to promos that are really good, really engaging, right? Give Cody, set the table for Cody, give him creative, he can deliver, right? Because I've got examples, and I've given them. If I look at Tiffany, if Tiffany was going out there and putting on 5-star matches throughout 2025 and putting on really great promos, then I would sit here and say it is her creative. But the fact that she is not delivering 5-star matches on a regular basis, or even 4-star matches, right? And the fact she's going out there and her promos are, it's Tiffy time, and there's not really much more beyond that. I mean, she comes down, she does this, says it in the entranceway, gets in the ring, says a few lines, doesn't really have anything more to expand, right? She's not bringing much more to the table. Show me the great Tiffany promos. Show me the great Tiffany matches, right? I don't see the consistency there. She's a talent that's come up from NXT that's still learning. I'm not down on Tiffany, but she's still learning. I don't think it's as easy as to say for her it's creative. I just don't think that's true. I think you can give her creative, and I think she's still going to struggle. I think there's a massive difference between Tiffany Stratton and Cody Rhodes. A massive difference. I think if you can't see that difference, that is not my fault. If you think that Tiffany Stratton and Cody Rhodes are at the same level, that's not my fault. I don't know what I'm meant to do. I don't know how I can explain that they are not at the same level. Cody Rhodes is a better wrestler, a better promo than Tiffany Stratton. So you can give them both great creative. One of them I think is going to shine. The other one I think is still going to struggle. So that's why for me, creative is a big factor when it comes to Cody, but not as big a factor when it comes to Tiffany Stratton. Brony said, I don't disagree that Cody has great matches, and he is a great wrestler, but does being a good wrestler automatically mean that you should never get the blame for creative? Look at someone like Ricochet. I think Ricochet's problem was that he was never a very good promo. I think in ring he was very, very good, and I do think creative got blamed for him as well. Actually, I remember a time where he was feuding with Logan, and Logan was bringing Samantha into the conversation. And I remember saying that felt like it was a very good thing to be doing. That felt like we were kind of fleshing out Ricochet's world a little bit more, because Ricochet was very one-dimensional and we weren't really digging into him as a person. So actually, my pushback there is going to be, I did blame creative for Ricochet, but I do think Ricochet was a very underwhelming promo, and I think that a lot of people would say that was an area that really needed to improve. I cannot sit here and list great Ricochet promos. I can sit here and talk about some great Cody promos, but I can't sit here and give you great Ricochet promos. And I think that always felt like a big area of focus for him to really get him over with the fans. Bell rings, and he was very good in the ring. I think that his in-ring skill was very, very good, but he was very one-dimensional, and his promos was not very good. I'm pleased to hear that you agree that Cody can wrestle, right? And that he can deliver some good matches, right? So that's good. I'm pleased to hear that, right? I think that he just needs the table to be set for him, right? I think this idea that, I mean, could Cody be doing better at certain things? Yeah, I'm sure he could. I'm sure every wrestler could be doing better at certain things. The truth remains, Cody as champion has not worked. I mean, we're actually in agreement on that. I agree. It's not worked. Cody as champion has not resulted in a boom period for WWE, right? The reason why I push back is because people were saying this when he was fighting for the belt, that this is what was going to happen. People were saying, and we knew this was going to happen. And the frustrating thing for me is that WWE has not found the answer for it. What is happening with Cody is not a surprise. I could find you videos of content creators saying, don't put the belt on Cody at WrestleMania 40. Don't do it. Because if you put the belt on him, it's going to be a mid-run, right? Because nothing is going to be able to follow the story of finishing the story. Finishing the story is Cody's story. It should be his only story. And at the end of his career, he should finally do it. Now, I really disagree with that. Massively disagree. Because I think just because you've got a story that's working, it shouldn't be the only story that you tell. That would be like writing one good Harry Potter book and going, well, I ain't going to be able to top that. And just stopping, right? I mean, she went on to write 7 or whatever, right? I think the idea that Cody has got this story where he's trying to finish the story, win the world title, that shouldn't be Cody's only main story. Like, I want to see what a Cody Rhodes title run looks like. And I hope you've got something that can match that level, right, of grandeur. You know, we've been building up, can he get that championship? Can he be the first Rhodes to achieve it? And that was the story. We pulled the trigger at 40. What did they follow it up with? Tell me. Tell me what they followed it up with that was as good, as compelling. I mean, it's as simple as that. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me he's had good creative. You won't be able to. You won't be able to, hand on your heart, tell me that Cody Rhodes has been given brilliant creative and that it's Cody's fault. Hand on heart, you can't do it. It can't be done because he hasn't had brilliant creative. And it's really frustrating because people were saying beforehand, don't do it because you won't be able to follow it up. I didn't think that was a good enough reason. And I suppose in a way I borderline blame myself that I had confidence in WWE that they could do it. I borderline blame myself that, you know, now I look back and go, should they have done it? Should they have? Because it ain't helped him. All it's done is turn the IWC against him, and now you've got people saying he's mids and that it's his fault. And it's like, blimey now. I mean, there was so much affection for Cody. We had a whole We Want Cody movement. And there was so much affection for him to finish that story. It's really disappointing now to see people just abandon him for something that I really don't think is his fault. I think it's a real shame. I think think you've got a really good talent there. I think you've got a genuine nice guy. I think you've got someone that really, you know, lives this business, was born for this business, and had the fans. And I think still has a lot of the fans, but he has lost a lot in the IWC. You don't have to look very hard to see people saying they're bored of Cody, they're bored of this run. We need to change the belt, get it onto Drew, get it onto Roman, get it onto this person, get it onto that person. I just feel for him because I put myself in that situation and I think, what would I do different? If I was in Cody's shoes, what would I do? How would I make this better? And I can't find an answer. And because I can't find an answer, I wouldn't know what to say to him. If he came knocking on the door now and was like, what shall I do? I'd be like, have you tried speaking to Triple H? I mean, what else can you say? I mean, what else can you say? Have you gone to creative? I mean, if you give him a promo, there's not loads for him to get his teeth into because there ain't loads in the story to talk about. What's he meant to do? Drew, you attacked me. You think I'm just going to take that? What else can he say? I just find it so frustrating that this is how you followed up finishing the story with this. So, At least with Roman, he constantly had family issues he could go back to. He had Jimmy, he had Jay, he had Heyman. We brought Sammy in, who was, bringing some fun. He was bouncing off Jay. That meant that Roman had issues to come back to and deal with. He didn't just come back and cut a promo about how he's going to beat his opponent. He was coming back with bloodline issues to deal with. He had people acknowledging him. That support around Roman is so important. I mean, it's the bloodline story. It's not Roman's story. It's the bloodline story. To take Heyman out of that, to take the Usos out of that, to take, Sammy out of that. I mean, that story grew over time as we kept adding elements to it. It just kept getting better and better and better and better. And the ratings kept getting better and better and better. And Roman's front and center in it. I'm not taking nothing away from Roman. But I think to compare Roman's run with the support he had to Cody's run and the lack of support he's got, I think it's disingenuous. I don't think it's fair to do that. I don't think that is right. I think it's disingenuous. I think it's fair to say Roman's run with the Bloodline was fantastic, historic. It was amazing. We celebrate it. We applaud it. Fantastic, right? Everything has to come to an end, and that came to an end. And so, the next person to kind of pass it over to was Cody. And so now we should want that to work. Roman's still around. Usos are still around. We still want them to be a success. But, now it's time for the next person to have a run with the ball. The idea that it's like we have to play the two off against each other, I don't get that. That's tribalism. That's my guy's good, this guy sucks. And I don't know why we're doing it. I don't understand why we're playing that game. For me, Bloodline was awesome. And now let's hope that the Cody story is awesome. And it hasn't been, has it? Let's be honest, it hasn't been. James said, have you seen the ad where British comedians and other famous people are having wrestling matches? It's coming on November 28th. Yeah, there is a new show, isn't there? I can't remember what it's called, but I think it's going to be on, like, Dave or one of those types of channels. And, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Comedians wrestling each other. So, new TV show coming. I'm sure you'll see lots of clips of that doing the rounds on social media. Did you see, James, that Cara Noir was involved? I saw a clip that had Cara Noir feature. So I think they've actually gone and worked with some Progress talent. Maybe Progress have kind of provided some of the professionals. Because obviously they haven't just got wrestlers, comedians being wrestlers. They've trained them. They've got them kind of, learning some stuff before they just chuck them out there. So I wonder if Progress were involved. Steve said the title picture went from a cinematic ensemble to a monologue with poor adversaries. There's no way it was going to work if they didn't lay groundwork and build heels before that change. Yeah, I just find it disappointing, honestly. But the other thing as well is that, again, to bring us all back onto the same page, right? To bring back some unity, right? I think we're all in agreement that it hasn't worked. And I think we're all in agreement that whatever the reason, it hasn't worked. So, if we're at the point now where Drew wins the title, I'd be like, let's do it. Let's do it. I mean, who knows? Drew might be champ, and because he's a heel, we might give him some support. He might have an ensemble, and that could be better. I mean, it could be that you call up a couple of NXT talents, or there's a couple of guys that are kicking around that you could put with him, and maybe that would be better. I mean, yeah. Maybe they could find some good stuff for him to do. I mean, The Rock has always took a shine into Drew. What if Drew does become The Rock's champion? You know how The Rock wanted someone to sell their soul, and he wanted it to be Cody, but it turned out being John, right? And then we just dropped the story. What if we pick that story back up? The Rock comes back and says that John proved to be a disappointment, and so he's going to try one more time. And he's going to shock the world with who he's got. I mean, people would be bang right back in that story then. The Rock comes out and says that John disappointed him, let him down. And so he's going to go one last time and you're not going to believe who he's got. I mean, can you imagine the speculation, the videos, the chatter, and then it turns out to be Drew McIntyre, someone who The Rock has spoken backstage with. Drew has been in a video campaign with for, I don't know, it's like his workout gear. And so, you know, you kind of look at that and you go, okay, Drew as champ with The Rock as like a background supporter that could just maybe show up a couple of times throughout the year, or send in videos, or just post a little something on social media, just talking about Drew or whatever, you know, just little things that are going to help keep it interesting. You know, The Rock makes sure that Drew gets the finest dressing rooms, gives him a couple of like J&J security types so that Drew doesn't have to take the bumps. All of a sudden, can you see, without much work whatsoever, we've laid some groundwork for something that could turn out to be quite interesting. Something that's like, oh, okay, well, we could definitely do something with this. As we put baby faces into that puzzle of how do they deal with a champion that is being sort of looked over by The Rock, and then you've got these heavies that are kind of going around doing Drew's dirty work, J&J security types. Obviously, you don't want to fall in the trap of doing anything that's been done in the past. You don't want to be like Jinder and the Singh brothers, but I don't know, can you develop on that? Is there a way of moving that story forward? Like, I don't know, maybe that is the right thing to do now. Maybe that is the right thing to do. So I think we're all in agreement that it hasn't worked. As we said, if you look at 2025, you look at the Vision story, don't think they've, you know, invested enough in it. You look at Cody, I don't think they invested enough in him. You look at what's gone down with the Cena heel run. It didn't work. I don't know why you thought people were going to boo him in his final year. I don't know. From the people that brought you a John Cena heel run in the final year of his career also brings you the booking of Cody Rhodes and the booking of the Vision. I mean, honestly, I don't know. The creative. I'm done with ranting about it, honestly. Mr. Unfamiliar said Cody doesn't have a character. That's the problem. You can't book a cold cheese sandwich and tell people that it's like T-bone steak, says Mr. Unfamiliar. Well, I think there is a bit of a character there. The American Nightmare. What is that character? A lot of people call it like Homelander. But I mean, we don't really go beyond that, do we? I mean, we know that he's with Brandy. We know that he's got a couple of kids. We know that he's got a bus. We know that he's got a podcast. We know that he left and he went to AEW. I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff there that we don't really dig into because we won't talk about AEW. Sometimes it gets referenced as, you know, there was that great line from Roman, you know, you ended up getting kicked out of a company that you helped start. You know, it was a really good line. And you kind of look at, you know, some of those things and you're like, damn, there's a lot to work with here. Your brother's Gold Dust, your dad's Dusty Rhodes. You left and, you know, you were Stardust and you left. And I know we've touched on some of this stuff, but I still feel like there's still some content to mine. But you're not wrong. What is he now? I mean, he is the guy that's, you know, the quarterback. He is the guy that is got the ball right now. But what is his character? What is it that we know and can, you know, what do we know about him? What is it that we can do? What is his world? Who is he as a person? He's a nice guy that sticks around. I mean, maybe we should see some footage of him signing autographs after Raw and getting jumped. You know, I wonder if we should lean into the fact that, you know, he does good things. He is a good person. And maybe we should present a bit of that on TV because we hear about it. We don't necessarily see it. You hear Triple H saying he's the guy that sticks around 2 hours after the show so he can get a picture with everyone. If that's who he is and he's a good bloke, a nice bloke, maybe it would be good to see the amount of fans that want to meet him, that stick around to meet him, and then use that as part of a storyline, and maybe we can flesh that out, and that can be part of his character. You're not wrong. Who is Cody Rhodes? It's a question that we should have a better answer to. Well, there we go. So we've fixed the main event scene. We've spoken about what's wrong with 2025. We've spoken as to why we're optimistic about 2026. We spoke a little bit about NXT, but granted, we probably should have spoke a bit more about it. But we only have the conversations that people bring up in those 2 hours. And yeah, I mean, we know that this year has been a decrease, but optimism reigns supreme that next year will be better. Okay, we got a minute to go. Sean said, Daze, everyone in the chat, after a well above average Raw, I'm sure Sean has got something special planned for the best wrestling show on TV. Let's find out. James said it's called Clash of the Comics. Okay. Well, I'll give it a glance. I don't know that it's going to necessarily be like a big go-to or whatever, but I'll definitely give it a glance. If Creative's going to have Charlotte with a problem working with Rhea, they should have Cody having issues with Roman, says Corey. Maybe. To be honest, I'm not a massive fan of Charlotte having issues with Rhea. I think it's a bit... I think you only have to watch the show to see that Rhea is, and has been for a long time now, a good person, a babyface. She came out at Judgment Day. She's a good person. I understand Charlotte having issues, but I don't know that those issues needed to be a week or not. Were they even a week? I can't remember if it was a week or just a few days of her walking away and being, I can't do it, only for her to then come out and save Alexa, and you know, we're pretty much going to be where we. I mean, it was a nothing thing, wasn't it? Really, I just think that would have been a lot better if she'd have said, "Look, I don't like you, but I can see who you are now, and I hope you can see who I am now. We don't need to be best friends. We just need to get through a match together, and I." Maybe, for all my faults, trust you at the moment. Don't let me down. I think that was fine. That would have been fine. I don't think Charlotte needed to walk away. I think they just tried to make a bit of a deal out of something that wasn't really a deal. Okay, here we go. NXT is beginning. I saw that Santana lost the TNA title, says Brony, to Frankie. It's very odd considering the momentum that Santana had built. It was odds. They tried to do a bit of a story of him being upset, which I understand is a story. I don't think he actually was. Here's Sol Ruca and Zarya. Charlotte had not agreed to be in the match yet. She just saved her partner, says Duran. Yeah, but I think we know where it's going. Blake Monroe, Sol Ruca backstage. Paul said, Daze, I think WWE needs to concentrate on some character development. Try putting their competition out of business and profits, says Paul. There's Fatal Influence. Tatum, Paxley, Jacy Jayne goes down tonight. Our main event of Gold Rush. Okay, here we go then. It's intro time. We've seen a lot of the competitors that are competing tonight. Madison Square Garden. I believe we're in the theater. We're not in the main room, of course. The value of gold has never been higher. That might be true, actually. I know it did reach an all-time high the other week, gold. Okay, we're just looking at video package at the moment as we are heading towards our first match. Alex said, Nico Vance looks too much like Bron Breakker's brother or Summit at times when he's in his normal clothes. He's someone we don't really talk about much, isn't he, Nico Vance? He's kind of slipped under the radar a little bit. Okay, Leon and Javam. They're going to be in action tonight. Shawn Michaels put a little clip out saying, New York, let's get loud. They showed that other persona of Blake Monroe. I wonder if Blake Monroe is going to be showing that darker side. It feels like she will. Doesn't really make much sense to show it last week if you're not going to use it. So I wonder how that's going to feature. CW Network President of Entertainment Brad Schwartz says that the women of NXT are better than the men. That from the CW. President. I'm going to save that, actually, because that's pretty interesting. Okay, which empires will rise? Which empires will rise? There we go. Oh, hello. Why have we got all these yellow towel things? What's that about? What's that about? Why? Well, I don't even know what this is. We've got all these yellow towel things. It says, I heart NXT. NYC, it says, well, I don't even know what this is. There is a sports team, isn't there, that do that? Here comes Joe and Thea. Is that a sports thing? I feel like that's a sport. The towels. Are they in Pittsburgh? Is it Pittsburgh? Okay, Thea and Joe are coming out. They're going to be opening the show. It looks great. We was at this venue, weren't we, earlier in the year? It's a great venue. Okay, Joe Hendry, Thea Hale against Chelsea and Ethan. Kicking off the show. They're in the ring. They're waving their arms side to sides. This is obviously big opportunity for Thea Hale. Big opportunity. They turn around. Booker said she's trying to ride his coattails. I get it. I wonder why Booker's being a bit down on Thea. Here comes Chelsea. Chelsea and Ethan. And there is Slagent A. We was meant to be getting another Slagent. We haven't seen another Slagent. We were doing a whole recruitment thing, but that seems to just be of kind of put to the side. Okay, so Chelsea and Ethan making their way down. Slagent A getting in the ring. Okay, let's ask who wins. Or let's change it. Who leaves as champions? Chelsea and Ethan are so good together as a team, said James. Canada's finest, says Booker. Okay, Chelsea and Ethan in the ring. There's Thea giving a deep breath. Brony said, Thea is one of those talents that just needs the right creative and direction. She'll shine. She's a fun, bubbly type of character and excels in certain stories, like the current one that she's in with Joe. There is also... Thea is also from the Pittsburgh area, said Steve. Is that the towel thing? Is that why we were doing the towel thing? Maybe for... Are they going to try and connect that with... To be honest, whenever I see that, I think of Britt Baker, because that was the first time I ever saw it, was Britt Baker doing it in AEW. So, if there are any AEW fans out there saying that this is like a Britt Baker thing, I would be like, that is what I think of as well, actually. Thea against the ropes, goes up, looking to take Chelsea over. No joy. Okay, so Thea is starting us off with Chelsea. Okay, we've got dueling chants. Let's go, Chelsea. Let's go, Thea. Thea lands on her feet, takes Chelsea over. Bang! Big kick coming in. Okay, right now she's grabbing Chelsea's arms and making her do the wave. Because says we haven't got time for this. Ethan tagged in comes Joe. Crowd are chanting, we believe. Right now we've got Joe down. Oh, kip out there by Ethan. These two locking up. We do have the quiz questions, which I need to put in the chat as well. We always do a little game with our members, and I've got some more questions for you guys to answer. We did put them up yesterday. We could do with a few more feedbacks. So I'll put that up if anyone wants to answer those. I'll pin it to the top, actually. So far, I think we've got about 50 responses, so we could probably do with another 50 or so. But we should be... in a good place by the time we use that on the members thing. So just some fun questions if you want to give those an answer. Okay, against the ropes goes Ethan. Shoulder tackle there, down. Joe colliding into Ethan. I'm guessing Joe Hendry is signed to NXT currently, not the main roster, says Brony. I'm not sure he's technically signed, actually. I read the Fightful Select report, and they said he does still have a little bit of time left on his TNA deal, but he is done with TNA. He is now effectively a WWE talent. But technically, the word signed, I'm not sure was used. In fact, I'm going to say it was not used. Because I remember putting it on the thumbnail and everything. And then when I rechecked it, I was like, damn, it doesn't really say he's signed. It just says that he is officially with WWE, like he's done with TNA. So if we're going to get into the conversation about contracts, I don't think he's actually signed anything. I think his TNA deal still got a little bit of time left, like maybe till the end of the year type thing. But yeah, when he signs, I'd imagine he is kind of going to be NXT. Okay, Thea and Joe in the ring. They're in control. They do the turnaround again. And shake hands as we go to commercial break. Daze, I wish Britt Baker would come to NXT, says James. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a few question marks around her attitude, which, I don't know. I don't know if that's unfair. It absolutely could be. I would bring her in and see how things go. I think she was a great talent. She was one of AEW's top women. I mean, I've got to think she'd be a great addition for the NXT women's division. I wonder if there is just a question. It's been rough for her, hasn't it, if you think about it? You know, she was one of AEW's top stars. I remember, I think, was it Punk said to MJF, "You're too stupid to realise you're not a pillar anymore. You've been replaced by Britt Baker." And she was like, not only their top female, but she was legit one of their top stars go back 2020, 2021. And I don't know what's happened. I honestly don't know. I heard there was maybe something that happened backstage. Her and Thunder Rosa, maybe. I mean, you know that I'm not massively following AEW anymore, but yeah. And then of course she split up with Adam Cole, didn't she? And that would be a big blow to both of them. They'd been in a long-term relationship. I mean, I'm sure that has an impact. So I don't know where she is. I don't know where her head's at. I don't even know how often she's wrestling anymore. I don't know how she's looking these days. I don't know what her motivation's like. I haven't got a clue. Right now, Chelsea on the outside, choking out Joe whilst the referee is distracted. Ethan comes over, boot right in the throat of Joe. Steve said, are they recording both nights of Gold Rush tonight? Will next week be taped? Apparently, yes. Apparently next week is just a tape show, so there may be spoilers, which is a bit of a shame. I don't know if it's to do with Thanksgiving or if it's to do with they want to really maximize being at this venue. I'm not sure the logic. I've heard it's to do with Thanksgiving. I do wonder, though, if next week... they were going to be here if they, would tape it. I think they're probably just rented this place for one day. They're just going to try and get, as much out of it as they can. But it is Thanksgiving as well next week. But I don't know. It's not Thanksgiving until the Friday, is it? So, I mean, do they need the Tuesday off? I don't know. Right now, we got Ethan keeping Joe grounded. Wrestler Andy, hello. Said Daze, Joe's gear looks like something they would wear in the 90s. It's simple. It's instantly recognizable. The colors and the shapes, it's like Hogan's red and yellow. Yes, it's better. I agree. I think you could draw that, actually, and people would be able to tell you who it was. Yeah. Shoulder up there by Joe. That'd be a fun members game one week, actually. Just get ring gear, iconic ring gear, and ask people who it was. And you probably could put Joe in there, blue with a white strip down the side. Okay, right now we got Ethan up, and he's got a guillotine applied. Guillotine is in on Joe Hendry, and he's squeezing. So guillotine is in. Nice reversal. Right now we've got the heels in control. Crowd is still chanting, "We believe." Clothesline. Going over against the ropes. Joe Hendry trying to find a way back into this match. Take over by Joe as Ethan goes down. Crossbody by Ethan. Joe rolls through. He's on his knees. Joe trying to get up to his feet. Fall away there by Joe. Kip up by Joe. Joe does the turnaround again. That's like the third time, isn't it, during this thing? Tag being made. Thea is going up. Thea is going up to the top rope. We've got Ethan. Just move. That took a long time, didn't it? That took a long time to execute that. Thea jumped to the outside. Ethan stood there. Albert stood there. They both got landed on. Thea going into the edge of the ring, getting thrown into the ring. Wrestling Russ said, if WWE does it right, I think Ethan has got a bright future. Chelsea collides into the corner. Thea collides into Chelsea. She's going for a exploder suplex. Thea is in the corner. Kick coming in. Down goes Chelsea, going for the pin. 1, 2, and Ethan makes the save. Ethan makes the save. Suck it, says Thea. That's good spot. Super kick. Ethan goes down. She collides into Alba that tried to get in the ring. Chelsea. The unprettier, no joy. Looking for the Kimura. Thea trying for the Kimura. She's got the Kimura in. Chelsea in trouble. Chelsea's in trouble. Middle of the ring. She's trying to get to the ropes. You can see Alba on the outsides. She's not managed to put her... Oh, back in. And yeah, that's going to be one of those spots where Joe Hendry gets pushed into the women. Here is the unpretty her. Gets it. That might be it. 1, 2, 3. Unprettier does it. Chelsea and Joe. Chelsea and Ethan, sorry, have retained. There we go. Their run is continuing. They are going to continue to be double champs. Was the Joe-Thea pairing just a short-term thing? Thea says that she's sorry to Joe. Yeah, there's the unpretty her. Boom. I thought there was maybe a chance. when that Kimura was in. But there we go. Thea just keeps saying she's sorry. DOS, Trez. Right, there's Jordan. There's Lola. Okay, here's Kalani. We had Jordan talking backstage about Kalani. She's only crashing out because she knows it's her last week with that title. See you next week. And there we go. Oh, WrestleMania. WrestleMania commercial. Heel Kalani is much better than face. Kalani makes Jordan look small. Jealousy doesn't look good on Jordan, and neither does that sweater, says Rob. Steve said, Lola telling Kalani to say it to my face while she talks about Kalani behind her back. That's a good point, actually. That's a good point. So it is, and still, in our opening match. Thought that opening match was okay. I thought it was fine. Right, commercial break is where we are. James said, Britt's last match was November 13th last year. Really? Blimey now. Maybe that should have been a question to Tony. What the hell's going on with Britt Baker? Stone said, Kalani just doesn't have the tone in her voice to be heel. Okay, we're at commercial break right now. People putting in their thoughts. Hello, William. For being so great, Canadians cheat a lot. The world gets to see what Canadians are really like. They live next door. America knows them best, says William. William, being very diplomatic. Really appreciate that, William. Keeping peace within the chat. Love to see it. Love to see it. Wrestling said, who do we think dethrones Ricky? Well, I don't think it should be Oba. I think we're all hoping Oba's getting called up soon. So I think we need to have a look at the other heels that are around. It's not... There's not a crazy list, is there? I mean, I don't know if you want to go back to Ethan, but there's probably a good chance Ethan gets called up as well. It's hard, isn't it, without knowing who's getting called up? So it's really hard to know as to, you know, who is going to be left once we've got past those call-ups. If Ethan's around after the next set of call-ups, it's obviously Ethan. Honestly, we might have to look at a Josh Briggs. I think Josh Briggs is someone that's got size, someone that they keep pushing, they seem to really believe in. I thought he had a decent match with Inamura. He has got a good size. Matches are okay. Promos are okay. I think it is a step down. I think he is a work in progress. I suppose the hope would be you put the belt on him, give him good opponents, and hope that it just brings the best out in him, like I would argue it did with Jacy Jayne. So I don't know if we'd be looking that way. I mean, we're not spoilt for choice. You've got people like Lexis King. I don't think it's going to be that. I don't think we're doing that. I don't think it's going to be Jasper Troy. I don't think we'd be going in that direction. It feels like, you know, he's the mid-card champ at the moment, Ethan Page. He would feel like the pick. And he already has a victory, of course, over Ricky Saints when they were feuding over that mid-card title. So, I don't know. Could we lose Trick, Oba, Ethan all in the same wave? Or would they, you know, leave something down there for Sean? It might even be like a main roster talent that comes down, because I think there is a chance that we get a main roster talent kind of coming down to NXT to just kind of help out a little bit. But, you know, it's one of those where people have to step up. And that's absolutely fine. That's part of the game, isn't it? You have to step up. So, yeah, one of those. Did you see that interesting thing they did with NXT talent? There's a lot of NXT talent that have banded together and attacked TNA. Lexis King, Brooks Jensen. Who else was part of that? Was it Miles Bourne? I can't remember. Tyson Tyreek, I think, was part of it. There was this like renegade group that kind of attacked TNA. And I wonder if they're going to do something with that as a group. I wonder if that's kind of something that's coming. Calvin said, what happens with Austin Theory now? Could he return as babyface? I think everything's open for Theory. It looked like he was going to be returning as a heel, didn't it? But because he was rumored to be part of Survivor Series. But I think now we're looking at a situation where, yes, he absolutely could be coming back as a heel, as a face. You're kind of free to do what you want now, because it seems like the original plan is out the window. It really felt like the original plan for him was that he was going to be part of the Vision. And, of course, that injury to Seth has just now completely changed everything. It's Charlie Dempsey, Lexis King, OTM, and Stone. James, thank you. I think I'm sure I saw Brooks Jensen. But, yes, Charlie Dempsey, I remember that. Robert Stone, yes, you're right. Right, we're just back from commercial break now. Bum, ba-dum, bum. We're seeing Izzy and Tatum hugging backstage. Okay, here's Ava. Yeah. So where's this going? Okay, 3 weeks from deadline. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The Iron Survivor Challenge is back. Yes. That is true. Legends have selected. Okay. Okay, one person is going to do it. Oh, wow. Okay. That's a big announcement. John Cena next week is going to select who he thinks should be in the Iron Survivor Challenge matches. Those matches, of course, going down at Deadline. So Cena actually visited NXT recently, and so he is going to choose who he wants to see in those matches. That's fun. That's good. I like that. I'm down for that. It's not a massive difference, is it? Before we had lots of legends debating around a table. This year we're just going to let John choose. So I mean, it's not a massive difference, but I like it. There's little Yachty. He was obviously at Raw. Has he got his PSP? Ah, I thought he was going to grab it again. I thought he might be playing SmackDown Raw 2007 today. Okay, Vic Joseph and Booker T. They are our commentary team, of course. We're just with them right now. Gold Rush feels like it should be a PLE, said Spawny Boy. Daze, how are you, said Liam? I'm good, thanks, buds. I would love Javon to get the NXT title. I just don't know if he's ready yet. Matches are great, but I'm not sold on the promos. That's fair. I think that's definitely an area that can be improved. I think his match quality is mind-blowing, his promos. Yeah. They're okay. I'd say they're passable. Okay, here's Tavian. I need to lock in. Okay, big cheers for Tavian. He's getting a good reaction. All right. One thing is for sure. Yeah. If John Cena does pick me, that's all the approval I'm going to need. Oh, he gets jumped. He gets attacked. It's it's Briggs. Josh Briggs. Oh, big takedown. We're brawling in the stands right now. Big man charging over at Tavian. We're brawling over by the concession stands. Look at that. I love seeing the merch. It's always good being in these backstage areas. But Briggs and Tavian are going at it. And we go backstage. There is Zarya and Sol Ruca. Are you sure you want to do this? Sol Ruca says she's doing this. Okay. I need my North American Championship back. There's only one person that can do that, and it is me, says Sol. Here's Blake. Oh, that's kind of fun. The inside of her towel has got like skyscraper on it. Skyscrapers, like a skyline. Blake Monroe with that championship. Are we really taking that belt off her tonight? Okay, let's end the poll, shall we? We've got the thoughts from the community in regards to the first match, and the scores have come in as good 95 for that match. Good 95. Okay, yeah, no, I think that's fair. Ethan and Chelsea get the win. Okay, next match, and we've gone to commercial break, is going to be Blake Monroe. She's going to be in action versus Ruca. This should be a really fun match, actually. Really fun match. We know that Ruca's not quite 100%, so I think we've got our kind of excuses ready, if you will. I really think Blake's retaining. Let's see if you lot feel any different, shall we? Who retains? No, that's not the question. Who leaves as champion? Is Blake retaining, or are we getting and new? So Blake. So lovely. Zarya is going to turn heel. I've got a gut feeling, sir. I got a feeling. Daze, 100% Zarya turning, said Trey. 100%, says Trey. It is absolutely guaranteed. I think Blake retains, said Zach. I think Zarya is going to cost Sol, and then Zarya turns. Now is the time, said Judas. Not JPEG, said, if there was a WWE remake of the 80s Breakfast Club, which superstar would you want in the cast? I've only seen the Breakfast Club once, so I don't think I could really answer it. I think, isn't it like they're in detention and they end up getting locked in school? So, I mean, I don't know, you'd want some younger people, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you want people like Javon and Roxanne and Thea and maybe people like that? Because if my memory serves me right, they were in detention, got locked in school overnight or something. When are we going to get the two Blakes, one screen? Two Blakes, one screen. Let's go. Taker 1990 said, do we think Becky will get the IC title back and then AJ beat Becky? I don't know what we're going to do with Maxine. I don't know. I mean, there is a theory that people have had about maybe Natalya gets the belt from Maxine. And maybe, like, that's a story we're going to tell because Natalya is training. But Natalya was online very supportive. Like, you know, hard work pays off kind of stuff. So I don't we haven't really teased anything online that's where we're going at the moment. I think, to be honest, they've just got Becky and AJ in a feud. I think the feeling is they don't need the title for it. I don't have a problem with Becky dropping it, but as everyone knows, if you watched our breakdown video, I do question as to why Maxine was the one that picked it up. Becky can drop it, but why did it go the way it went? Is it Natalya? We'll have to wait and see. AJ is going to take the title off Nikki, said XM202. Oh, what? You think Nikki? Oh, what? You think Nikki will get the belt from Stephanie? We might be talking different belts here. Right, we are underway with Gold Rush. But Natalia is supportive, but Natty isn't, said Trini. Oh. So you think Natalia was typing, but it's Natty that might show? Maybe. Nated said, I don't think it'll make sense to have Zarya turn heel because she's facing Fallon next week for the Speed Championship. And Fallon is a heel. Okay, here's Sol Ruca. Carr said, I think WWE might bring Tamina back soon. Okay, Zarya has come down with Sol Ruca. Oh, hello. Vic Joseph just spoke, then got cut off. What are the thoughts about MVP's comments about Triple H? Said not JPEG. Oh, he said that he doesn't like him. There's been personal stuff. He said there's others that feel that way. To be honest, I think it's very hard to sort of be in a position like that and to not have enemies. Do you know what I mean? If you're like a guy that's got loads of opportunity and been pushed, and I think it's really, really hard. I mean, even John Cena, people bash him about the way that, you know, things went with the Nexus. And, you know, I think it's hard. It's just hard to be in that position and to not have enemies. So I don't really read too much into it. I'm sure that his issues are probably valid. But equally, you know, I think there's a lot of people that have been on top that have, you know, also had people that have not been, like, you know, fond of them. Look at CM Punk. CM Punk genuinely has created a lot of enemies within the industry. So I don't know. I think that there's probably some truth to it. I would imagine that MVP has probably got some grounds for reasons to be disgruntled, but I don't think it's a big issue. It doesn't really mean anything to me. Blake says, nah, as she grabs the leg of Sol Ruca. Sol Ruca with a kick. Let's change this over. So, Blake versus Sol. Match number 2, 40 minutes in. Let's go Ruca is the chant. Let's go Ruca. Right now, Sol is being spun round and planted down. So 78% of you think that it's going to be Blake retaining, but is the more interesting question, does Zarya turn? We've heard people saying it's 100%. I'd like to know what people are thinking. Does Zarya turn? Yes or no? 1, 2, kick out there by Blake. Kick out by Blake. Boom, planted down. Okay, right now we've got Sol Ruca round the back. She's got Blake. Bang. Down goes Sol Ruca. Blake in control. Working on the leg, and that's good. So we know that leg is injured, of course. Yeah, working on that left knee. James said we're 48 hours away from the start of the Ashes. I am so excited. Drop kick there by Sol. Yeah, I'm really pumped for the start of the Ashes. Bang. Face first into the corner. Sol Ruca slumps down. Right now. Wrapped around that ring post. Sol again. Boom. Sol Ruca's leg being wrapped around that ring post. Oof. Blake goes into the ring post. Took a little bit too long there. Soul on the edge of the ring. She's going to go charging over at Blake. Clothesline! Both women go down. They both had the same idea as both women go down. Daze, Zarya might cost Soul the match, but not in a heel way. Yeah, maybe. Ian said, what if Soul turns after she fails to win? Perhaps something happens with Zarya that causes her to lose and Soul turns on her. I think it's really, honestly, I think it's really good. I don't personally think Zarya's turning on Soul today, but I can understand why people do think it's going to happen. And I don't think it's completely out of the question. But yeah, I think what makes it quite interesting is you're right. There are some alternatives there that also feel very possible. What if a frustrated Soul, who, don't forget, never lost this title, struggles to win it back and takes that frustration out on Zarya? Like, yeah, interesting. Soul is back in the corner. She's struggling a little bit here. 230 said, what if Zarya helps Soul win by cheating? And it's like a double heel turn. Kick coming in there by Soul. As Blake goes down. She's trying to... Oh! Picks her up. Slams her down. Now we're going for the surfboard stretch. Surfboard stretch. Here we go. Got the arms. Pulling back on the arms. Bang. There we go. It's in. It's locked in. Surfboard stretch is in. Right now, Blake is struggling a little bit here. Kick coming in there by Soul. Blake goes down. Right now, Soul is on her feet. Over in the corner goes Blake. Big boot coming in. Over the other side goes Blake. Lovely work there by Soul. Soul very much in control at the moment. Oh, standing moonsault. Really nice. Goes to the cover. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Come on, man. Booker T all fired up. Zarya watching on the outsides. Soul against the ropes. Boot coming in. Blake comes over. Works on the knee. Jarring the knee as Soul goes over to the corner. Zarya having a few words. Blake comes over. Grabs the leg. Shot coming in there by Blake. It's a good match, this. The action's fine. But I like the story in the sense of, you know, she never lost the belt. She's trying to get it back. Blake's looking quite good in the match. Soul's injured. Zarya's on the outside. There's lots of moving parts. It's quite interesting. Soul should turn on Zarya for Zarya failing to defend the title, said Daryl. Big Time said, are you not in a commercial loop with Netflix graphics? I'm not right now, no. I've had a couple of them tonight, though. Right now, Blake comes crashing down on the leg there of Soul. She's got the leg. Goes down again. I like the atmosphere and the look of the theatre, says Big Time. The yellow towels add to it. Yeah, what were the yellow towels about? Does anyone know? Like, can someone fill me in on that? Is that just a fun thing, or is it something connected to Thea? We've never done it before. As I said, it makes me think, is it a New York thing? We never did it when we were here last time. I don't really get it. There's a CW logo on the towels. Oh, okay. So we're sort of doing it for CW, are we? Right now, we've got Blake being kept down. So right now, it's Blake in control. She's keeping Soul, Ruca grounded. Oh, good work there by Soul. Grabbing the heads. Oh, she's in a pinning position. She has to quickly get out. Kick coming in there by Soul. Blake comes over. Shot blocked. Forearm shot coming in there by Soul. Shot coming back. Ah, these two exchanging blows. Kick coming into the midsection. Chop coming in there by Soul. Soul goes down. Blake, another big boot coming in. Zarya watching on the outside. Is she going to play a part in this match? Is she going to play a part? Look at that. She's standing on the back of the knee and really wrenching back on Soul. Soul, though, flipping Blake over. Back elbow there by Soul. And again. Soul telling Blake to get up. Blake Monroe goes over in the corner. Soul. German! Lovely German. Really nice. Soul Ruca is on that middle row. And drop kick. Missile drop kick. Blake Monroe goes down. Kip up. Oh, mate, she landed it on one leg. She flipping landed that kip up on one leg. Ah, that was good, mate. 1, 2, kick out. That kip up where she lands on one leg, I thought she was going to botch it. Her balance is so incredible. Look, how often do they show a flipping replay of a kip up? How often do they show someone kipping up in the replay of it? That was good. That was really nice. Ah, she was in the corner for the Soul Snatcher. Blake grabs the leg, pulls her out the way. She goes over the other side. Blake charges in. Soul comes back. Super kick. Blake goes down. Yeah, man. Yeah, we're actually doing a little bit of cooking here. We're actually doing a bit of cooking. I've seen this before. It's called cooking. It's called a banger. We've kind of cooked up a little bit of summit here. I'll tell you what, we're getting a few shots, aren't we, as well, with Soul leaving very little to the imagination. To the outside goes Soul, landing on Blake. Right now, crowd are chanting, holy shiz. Crowd are really enjoying the action so far. I thought I heard someone chant something there, like, use the, I don't know what they were chanting. Right now, going over. Ah, the leg buckles. The leg buckles. Blake Monroe. Single leg Boston. Mate, single leg Boston. Yeah, that's in. Ah, she's taking the knee brace off as well. What if Zarya grabs one of those towels and throws it in? I know that Wrestle with Andy would enjoy it. Classic Helen Hart moment. Shots coming in. No joy. Oh, mate, she's like literally undressing her. She's taking off that brace. She's actually like taking clothing off Soul Ruca right now, and there ain't much to remove. Soul is trying to get over to the ropes. There we go. That knee brace is off, and it's thrown. It's thrown all the way down the entrance. Zarya, go and get it. Go and get it, Zarya. Roll up there. 1, 2. Kick out by Blake. Kick coming in. Ah, the legs buckled. The legs buckled. The legs buckled. Ah! Yeah, look, Zarya doesn't know what to do. What's she saying? Where's the towel? Where's the towel? I think she is getting a towel. She is getting a towel. Zarya with a towel. Soul Ruca saying, don't do it. Don't do it. Drama. Oh, mate, these are some of the best finishes. The towel's in. The towel's in. I don't even know if that's legal. I I don't even know if that's allowed. Can she throw the towel in on behalf of Sol Ruca? Well, it doesn't even matter. It's happened. The referee has called it. And still, Blake Monroe retains, thanks to a very creative finish. It's one that we've seen before. I think the questions might be out there, though. Can Zarya do that? Yes is the answer, because she did it. Certainly Blake Monroe doesn't care. Good match. Fun match. Some crazy action in there. Really like some of the selling as well. Like, you could tell that Sol was in pain. She was selling it so well. Like that chop block. Really good. And the finishing sequence, look at that. Zarya not quite knowing what to do. She was conflicted. And the towel gets thrown in to save her friend. There's Blake Monroe with the championship. Zarya is checking on Blake. Blake looking over at Zarya. Frustrated. Disappointed. And we go backstage. Right, let's get the match scores in. Gold Rush is our event. Right, Obafemi. Bum, bum. That was good. I enjoyed that match. If we can get the next couple of matches to be like that level. Yeah. Yes, mates. There's Ricky. Ricky Saints is backstage. He'll be coming out to the ring next. Sean says, as a manager or as the person's second, like Arnold Skolan, tossing in the towel for Bob Backlund versus Iron Sheik, or Martha throwing in the towel for Brett. Yeah, it's true. I mean, she's not her manager, though, is she? So, I mean, I don't think she's got a manager's license. So that's why I think it's understandable to question, can she do that? Is that even official? It doesn't matter. She did it. The ref ended the match. So that answers the question, doesn't it? BB Spoke said, Sol is peeved. I don't know why. Zarya don't listen. Well, you know, she obviously is going to make the argument that her, she wanted the best for her friend. And she wanted her to not, you know, think short term, think long term. You know, you've got so much ahead of you. Like, don't destroy your knee and throw away your career. I'm thinking about you. I'm doing it for you. Do you believe that? Or is she jealous and she just didn't want her friend to win it? Everyone's saying Zarya will turn. I think Sol will turn, said Corey. Zaruka, best duo though, and I'll die on that hill, said BB Spooks. Wrestle with Andy said she pulled a Helen Hart. It's my favourite move. It's my favourite move. Absolutely. Absolutely. We've gone to commercial break. Branded towels coming soon, says the champ. I am peeved. I don't know why Zarya doesn't listen. Everyone is saying Zarya will turn. We read that. Lainey feels so out of place with this group, says Robbie. Daze, why are you not on X Factor yet, says Benny. I'm too good, mate. They said that it'll just ruin the competition because it won't even be a competition. I do understand that. I mean, it ain't going to be much fun, me getting a contract week 1, is it? You know. I knew Blake was going to win. I just didn't know if it would be the turn this week, said BB Spooks. Sean said, referee's decision is final. No instant replay in wrestling. It's true. It's true. Carl said, Daze, what is your favourite move? What is my favourite move? My favourite move. I don't know, actually. I don't know what my favourite move is. My favourite move. I don't know that I have one. I like something that you can just hit out of nowhere. I mean, I feel like the RKO is a bit predictable, but I suppose cutters and stunners are going to be up there. You know, things that you can just like hit, bang, look really good. Yeah, might be something along those lines, but it feels like a really boring answer, to be honest. Here's Ricky Saints. Ricky Saints. Aubrey said, Blake should be careful. I'm not sure if everyone is ready for another Charlotte. Bum. Ba-ba-dum-dum-dum. My favourite move is the tombstone, says Carl. Okay, we got Ricky. We're an hour into the show. We're an hour done. Ricky Saints in the ring right now. Ricky's going to be in action next week. Ricky's going to be in action next week. Oh, Ober's coming out. Or at least I think he's going to be in action next week. Ober said he would be at Gold Rush. I feel like soul matches are shorter because they go harder because the amount of athleticism involved, said BB Spooks. She's on another level. Not only did gymnastics, but some heavy lifting tonight. Ober. Okay, Ober making his way down. Let's see what he's got to say. It'll be, I mean, like, they haven't announced it, but I am expecting a match next week. I think it'd be weird to do a Gold Rush, all these titles, and you don't have the NXT Championship defended. So let's see. Let's see what they're about to say. Dun, 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 dun. Ober struts like me going to a buffet to get another plate. Oh, K-Dub, that's a great line. That's a great line. Okay, Ricky says, welcome back. I knew you'd come. Do you know what was a surprise? What was a surprise when I beat you at No Mercy? A few boos for that. It wasn't a shock to me. I'm Ricky Saints. People like you don't know how to handle losing. You went back to Nigeria whilst I was holding this down. The train kept rolling. So these boys said, I'm not going to lie, I want Charlotte to be replaced by a surprise for War Games. That would be Eva Marie. However, she's stuck in traffic and she can't participate like in 2016, causing her team to lose the match. Sleaze Boy, shout out to you. I think we all dream of Eva Marie coming back. That was peak WWE, wasn't it? Okay, here's Oba. I didn't want to get involved in the NXT TNA nonsense. This is good by Oba. I'm not here to win best dressed. I went home. I trained. I went back to the motherland. I went back and I created the version of myself that you cannot beat. The sun is setting. I am the one who will destroy you. Oh my God, what a line! What a flipping line! That's amazing! That fires up the crowd, mate. The destroyer is back. The bringer of war is back. Daddy is home. Oba, so good. So good. Ricky holds up that championship. Okay, Trick Williams is coming out. Whoop that trick. Trick Willie. Ricky Saints. Okay, so Trick's back on the scene. Oh, from behind is that Miles Bourne. Wow. Miles Bourne lays out Trick Williams. I'll be seeing one of you at New Year's Eve. Miles Bourne said he's going to be the next Iron Survivor. So we're actually not doing the title match next week. It's going to be Deadline. Ricky against Oba at Deadline. Trick gets taken out by Miles Bourne. Let's go. Oba has got that prime Hulk Hogan physique. He's special, isn't he? He is special. Lot of buzz around Oba, and it is not hard to see why. Him saying that he went back and created a version of himself that Ricky cannot beat. Well, I don't mind Miles Bourne kind of getting in on this. I think they do see bright things for him in the future. And Trick making a bit of an appearance as well. Days when Ricky was on his name, he was looking at his waist. That looked a bit sus, said Jordan. I didn't see. Deadline is probably the right place, says Robbie. Rob said, at times, I'm a bit tired of Trick. I just want the crowd to chant Choco Fun Cup at him. WrestleRant said, what is happening right now? They're making Trick look like a clown. He lost back-to-back. What are we doing? Well, to be honest, we're spinning our wheels a little bit because only one of these guys can be champ. And I think it's right to give Saints his run. And to be honest, Trick's ready to get called up. Ober's ready to get called up. It's just when are they ready for them? So there is a bit of like buffering, spinning our wheels a little bit. It can't be too much longer, can it? Really? Can't be too much longer. I think no one would question if we called up Trick and Ober. So I don't know. It's just when are we going to do it? When is that main roster ready for them? Okay, we've gone to commercial break. We've gone to commercial break. A lot of love for that promo. Okay, let's get the scores down. So, great match for that second match. So, you lot really enjoying the second match? That was great. 60. Boom. Have you heard about Rebel from AEW and her health issues? No, I don't really follow AEW news, buds. I haven't. Carl said, Daze, WWE should induct Doink the Clown in the Hall of Fame. He deserves it. Robbie said, SmackDown roster could certainly use more women for the world and US title pictures. Yes. One of them probably takes Cena's roster spot, says Brian. Why not make it a four-way at Deadline, said Jordan. You could do, I think if you win the Iron Survivor Challenge, your prize is a title shot. I don't think it's very fair to put them into a multi-man match. So I think, there's that reason. Maybe you say do a triple threat and then the winner faces the winner of the Iron Survivor. You could sort of understand that. I would argue, what has Trick done to deserve another title shot? I mean, he had his last man standing match last week and he lost. So, in my mind, yeah, you need to go away. You need to win some matches. You need to get back into contention. I sort of feel like Ober as the former champ, there's no automatic rematches, but Ober being the former champ, so dominant, going away for a while, coming back, I don't think anyone's going to question if we do the rematch. Oh, here's Ava with Miles backstage. You know that's not how things get done around here. Okay, Trick, Miles. Oh. We're backstage. We've still got Tavian fighting with... these two have been fighting all that time and no one's broke them up. Mate, they must have been fighting for about flipping 40 minutes. Have we not called the police? Chair shot coming in by Briggs. He picks up Tavian. Boom! Going through a table. Guys, this isn't going to end like this. This is going to... They've been fighting for 40 minutes. Okay, is this Leon Slater's music? I think it is, isn't it? Yeah, it is. There he is. TNA's X Division champion, Leon Slater. I think I'd bring that out more, actually. It's a little bit It's a bit lost in the mix. That. I think I'd bring that out. Leon Slater! I don't know. How do we feel about his attire as well? He looks a little bit like LSD Wizard. I feel like if I was tripping on LSD, I'd probably picture something like Leon Slater wearing what he's wearing. He might be able to slip into like a Beatles tribute band. I'm not against it. I do think it might be a little busy, though. We could probably simplify it a little bit. Javon Evans is coming down. I've got that in my head now. Let's go. Let's go. Leon Slater, Javon Evans. They're going to be going after the tag titles. They're going to be taking on everyone's favorite team. Darkstate, 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 Darkstate. Let's go, Darkstate. Let's go, Darkstate. Yes. Yes. The booking is strange. They're making Trick look like the biggest goof. As much help as SmackDown needs, and Triple H acts like the problems don't exist. We need call-up, said Wrestle Rants. Brian said Javon was amazing last night. Amazing. K-Dub said we need Jim Johnston back for entrance themes. Maybe. He's old. There's got to be another person out there that can do, you know, that's maybe younger, that can do a good job. Okay, here's Darkstate then getting into the ring. Is Darkstate your favourite stable of all time, says Benny? Nope. Not even my favourite NXT stable. James said, you call them Darkstate, I call them Dorkshiz. Well, James, you shouldn't, because that's not their name. Their name is actually Darkstate. Okay, we are underway. I mean, to be honest, Osiris and Dion are good. I don't mind them two. I like, and Saquon on the outside being a talker. There is definitely something to this group. Okay, right now, Leon laying out Dion. Leon and Dion. Leon and Dion battling away. Leon tries to pin Dion. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Over in the corner. Oh, shots coming in. Fast hands. Pop, 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 pop. Okay, Leon in the corner. Dion is all over him. Here's Osiris. Picks him up. And boom. Slams him down. Huge. Huge. Okay, to the outsides. Over in the corner. Bang. Tag being made. Osiris with Dion. Move out the way. Go over. Roll through. I think tag was made there. We didn't see it. Javon pulls down that top rope. Osiris goes to the outside. Super kick coming in there by Javon. Nice. Hangman on that top rope. Goes over. Lands on the commentary table. Oh. Went for a little skid there. A little slides. Osiris going into the ring steps. Javon. Bang. Takes over Dion. Drop kick there by Javon. 2. Kick out by Dion. God, that was pretty sick, wasn't it? He jumped on the commentary table and went skidding because of the little bit on top. Javon Evans with a 6-7 jersey. Bouncy! Let's go. Goes through a clothesline, drop kick. Do you know what? They've got their finger on the pulse, 6-7 and all that stuff. Just like me. I know all about 6-7. And that's what's going to bring the kids in. If you can speak their language, that's how you do it. Yeah? Taylor Swift, Little Yachty, Jelly Roll, 6-7. Epstein files, all the talking points that the kids are talking about. You got to get with it, man, or get left. But get hip, granddad. Get hip, granddad, or get left behind. So Javon coming out with a 6-7 basketball jersey. Javon climbing up, double axe handle. No Name said, I think the kids are talking about hashtag bring back Vince McMahon. Are they? I mean, I would probably wait until the legal stuff got sorted first, but, well, I can certainly have that conversation. Javon goes down. The only reason the kids are talking about the Epstein files is because they're in them, said Alex. That's all I see at the moment, to be honest. Shot coming in there by Javon. Shot coming in by Javon. Duck underneath. What Survivor Series do you prefer? Is it Raw, SmackDown, or War Games? I'd go War Games of those two choices. But I'd rather change it to something completely different, please. Going up, bang. Charging over. Javon goes crashing down. No Name said Epstein is alive and he's in Israel. Is he? Dude, you need to tell someone. That's big news. Blimey now. Dude, honestly, you need to go and tell someone because that's really big. That's really important. That's going to blow a lot of people's minds. Netbreaker by Dion. Rest of that, he said, Daze, what about the old Survivor Series with team captains and the winners facing each other at the end? Does it mean anything? If someone gets a title shot at the end of it, then I'll talk about it. But everyone knows my grumble with it. And it's the show, once it's over, just doesn't matter. I really feel like this kind of a show should have some sort of major repercussion. We should be looking forward to this as it being like a really important, it has repercussions. What happens at WrestleMania matters. What happens at SummerSlam matters. What happens at the Royal Rumble matters. What happens at Survivor Series? It's just a bit of a laugh in it. Someone might jump off the top in a trash can. It's gotta matter. It's gotta matter. It's gotta have repercussions. And that's the problem with Raw against SmackDown is Raw wins 24 hours later. Who gives a flip? Even with War Games, Bloodline win. So what? Guess what? Babyface men win Survivor Series this year. 24 hours later, has anything changed? Nope. Nope. It's rubbish. And that's why AEW is the greatest wrestling promotion. Because they don't make those kinds of mistakes. Yeah. You should all be ashamed, actually, for being here right now and supporting this channel. I'm sure many of you are. But WWE is actually rubbish. If you think about it. Tag being made. In comes Dion. Ultimate Warrior against Hogan at WrestleMania 6 started at Survivor Series 6 months before in an accidental clothesline. Yeah, but you can also look at when they squared off in the Royal Rumble as well. I mean, it doesn't have any long-term repercussions, does it? Just because they chose to start a storyline there. That's not built into the actual fabric of the show. If you win the Royal Rumble, then you go on to WrestleMania. the main event of WrestleMania is normally a major championship match. Same with SummerSlam. Saying that they once started a story at Survivor Series. So, what, your point is wrong. Your point's wrong. Survivor Series does matter. Because actually, if we go back to 1989... Actually, if we go back to 1989, I think you'll find that Hulk Hogan versus Ultimate... Come on, dude. Come on. There's people watching. We are underway with this match. We're well underway with this match. We got 35 minutes to go. Leon on the outside. Javon makes the tag. Leon jumps in the ring. Oh, mate, murks Dion. Drop kick to Osiris. Shot coming in. Throwing in some big blows. We've got the other two members of Darkstate on the outside. Down goes Dion. Corey said, Daze, don't look now, but Jeffrey Epstein is in the chat. Live from Israel. We've got Jeffrey Epstein. Dude, I didn't believe it, but if you're telling me he's in the chat now, that's crazy. Slater is climbing up. Slater is perched, ready to deliver a crossbody. Down goes Osiris. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. This match continuing. Big air there by Leon Slater. Big air. Right now, Slater with Osiris. Gets driven back to the corner. Kick coming in there by Slater as Osiris goes down. Javon. Oh, this boy is bouncy. Picked up, lands on his feet round the back. Picked up, planted. Right now, we've got Leon, Javon firing each other up. Javon going over to the corner. Okay, Leon goes over the top, over the ring posts, comes down on Darkstate. Osiris on the outsides, getting put back in the ring. Which way are these tag titles going to go? Oh, Javon plants him. Cutler on the outsides, just watching as Javon goes up. Big splash. Connects. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Dion manages to get the shoulder up. So Leon Slater jumping over that ring post to the outsides. Young OG with a massive splash in the ring. Right now we got Javon. We got Leon. Yeah, to the outsides goes Javon. Leon lands on his feet. He takes down Saquon. Referee has completely lost control. Completely lost control. Bang. Leon gets planted down. Referee 1, 2. Javon, oh, accidentally splashes Leon. He didn't mean to. He accidentally splashes him. That might cost them now. Here's Darkstate. Leon is on the shoulders. Bang! 1, 2, 3. Darkstate win. Darkstate win. I think it is the right call. I think it is the right call. Leon and Javon, they haven't got a future as a tag team. They could have had a little run, but, you know, that's not their long-term future, so. Okay, Darkstate. Boom. James said, Daze out there thinking, what if we do a War Games Championship? Each member can cash it in for a title match, but only within a month. Yeah, no, yeah, I hear you. Okay, we've got Ren and we've got Kendall. That could be interesting, couldn't it? Bit of chaos. I'm down for a bit of chaos. I feel like we need a bit of chaos. Okay, Kendall says she's locked in. Oh, yeah, they're talking about the TNA situation. Charlie's ghosting me, says Ren. Okay, respect. Right, we go to commercial break. So, 3 matches down. We got half an hour to go. The Women's Championship is coming up. Now, we didn't get the Zarya turn. Are we going to get a turn with Izzy? Have we had any titles change hands? We haven't. There's been no championships changing hands. I would say things are 50-50 for this next one. I mean, I think it's too soon to take the title off of Tatum. I would keep it on Tatum, but I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Let's see where we go with this. It could be an Izzy betrayal coming up. I think we're going to get it at some point, but it's just, is it tonight? Defcon said Survivor Series could be like the old Lethal Lottery gimmick. I'm really down for some new ideas or even revisiting some stuff from the past. I don't think that what we've done with Survivor Series, be it War Games, be it Raw SmackDown, be it even the traditional Survivor Series, but if I had to choose, I might go back to traditional Survivor Series, but I don't think any of those for me feel like the kind of the permanent answer. I feel like we keep trying these little things, and all of them have got pros and cons, but it does feel like there's something better that's out there. That's the best way I could explain it. I feel like there is something better that is out there. Get a load of wrestling fans in a room for an afternoon, chuck a load of ideas around. I think you could come out with some really interesting stuff that you could really revitalize Survivor Series with. WWE don't seem to feel that way. They seem to want to keep going with War Games at the moment. Whether, that'll run out of steam, I'm not sure. But, yeah, at the moment, they seem to be quite happy with kind of doing what we're doing. Darkstate pick up the victory, as we said. Okay, one more match to go. I like the fact they did touch on what went down at TNA. It was a bit weird that they weren't mentioning it, so it's good that we have just touched on that. Max said, do we think WWE will sign Slater at some point? I think as soon as he's available, they will, yes. As soon as they can. Sean said, I think they're eventually going to have Fatal Influence versus Ren QCC. But who would we put as the third woman to join Ren and Kendall? My guess is the girl from LFG. I don't know what girl that is. I haven't watched LFG, to be honest. I think that there's a lot of girls you could put in there. I mean, the thing is, you've got like, there was another girl that we did say. I think, didn't we mention someone that we said would be quite good in Ren QCC? I can't remember who it was that we said. I feel like we've had this conversation. There's some good girls that are down in Evolve that you could maybe have a look at. LFG, I can't really talk about because, as I said, I don't personally watch it. Are we talking Bailey Humphrey maybe as like, a bit of... That's probably what's missing, is a bit of size. Kendall's not the biggest, and Ren's not the biggest. I wonder if you could have Bailey debut, Bailey Humphrey, and she could be like, really struggling to find friends. You could have it where, no one's really interested in talking to her. And then, of course, the NQCC are a lovely group that go over and, you know. But, I mean, we haven't seen Brinley Reese. Do you remember Brinley Reese? We haven't seen Brinley Reese. She was a bubbly girl. She might be, you know, if you've kind of, you know, made some progress with her, you might be able to do something. Carly Bright is a good friend of Kendall. I don't know that that's quite right, though. But that would have some logic to it because they've been quite good friends. But, yeah, if you're talking Bailey Humphrey, that could be kind of interesting. Carmen's here. Carmen's in the house. Let's go. Let's go. Carmen, hello. Welcome. 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 AR dub. Let's go, says Benny. Benny's excited. It's Benny's favorite part of the week. As we get to talk about AR Dub Pro. It's everyone's favorite time of the week. Everyone wanting to know what Carmen has been up to. Oh, is this Shiloh? Okay, this is interesting. Hello. Hi. I'm the proud winner of Season 2 of LFG. This is interesting, isn't it? We're getting a real introduction to someone that we've not really seen. This is really interesting. This is such a good way of... He's telling us about himself. I love hitting people, said Shiloh. I feel like what they're doing here is they're going, here's a load of stuff about me, and then maybe we can focus on some of it. Because he talks about conspiracy theories, and he talks about the dark web. I mean, both of those are gimmicks you could go down. Check back soon for more. Okay, thanks. That did feel a bit like Dear Diary, didn't it? Check back in for more. Okay. He certainly seems like an interesting person that's certainly got a lot of facets to him. A computer science student. He found it very easy. So he's talking about conspiracy theories, dark web, but he said he loves football. He loves hitting people as well. Okay. Daze, what did you do to the real Daze? He would never praise AEW, the former mistress, says Benny. The other Daze is dead. This is the only Daze that you need to focus on now, and this Daze is a big fan of AEW. That side of me is dead now. Just like when Bray was saying that when he arrived and delivered the Funhouse. This is a pro AEW place now. I will have nothing said against that company. God love those guys. Now that he's back in with Ariel Helwani, Tony Khan is back in with me. That's how it works. You throw shade on my spirit animal, Ariel Helwani, I'm going to hate on you. Get back in with him. You're back in with me. Okay, we're just looking at Sean Legacy now. It's a bit weird. Fightful reporting Karrion Kross alleges that Matt Cardona pooped his tights on SmackDown. That was like 24 hours ago. Breaking news. Okay, here we go, guys. Main event time. Main event time. Like a thief in the night. Out on the night. Oh, I'm so livid about this entrance. They've literally ruined the best entrance ever. Let's see if they've got something better for Lainey to do, because all she did was walk round the back. Oh, hang on. She's doing something different here. This is different. This is different. Yeah, she's still doing that though, isn't she? There's Jacy. Weakness. God damn it. And we go to commercial break. Got a little bit hopeful there, because normally the two girls, we all know the entrance now, normally they cross over, but they both went in the same direction. I'm like, whoa, hang on. That's not what we do. And then all she does is go on the edge of the ring. She just kind of like does that. I don't even know what she does. Do you remember that? It's so good. It's rubbish. Very disappointing. You would imagine, one thing I know about girls, and I don't know much about girls, but what I do know about girls is they love sleepovers. And they love getting together, having slumber parties. And you would imagine that their favourite thing to do would be to, oh my God, come over to mine. And what we'll do is we'll work on our entrance. Do you know what I mean? In front of a mirror, like with hairbrushes. Do you know what I mean? You'd imagine that they'd love to come round in their pajamas. So what we'll do, right? This is what we'll do, girls. I'll come out, right? And then you go that way. You go that way. When you go on the edge of the ring, right? What are you going to do? Show me your pose. Okay, I like it, but I don't love it. You think they would love that. But it just doesn't feel like they've done that work. Doesn't feel like they've had that slumber party. Which is very confusing, because I thought girls look for any excuse to do that. Don't know. Literally the only thing I know about women. And it just feels like they couldn't even be bothered to do that. It's very disappointing. This entrance used to be the single best part of WWE. Not anymore. We should have paid Jasmine Nix that money, man. We should have paid her that money. I don't care what that girl was asking for. Look at what's happened to this entrance now. Daze, you could be in the next Mean Girls 3. Is that what they do in that film? I never saw that film, but I could believe it. I could believe that that's what happens in that film. They spend an evening just slumbering. Is your sister married to one of those ARW pro wrestlers? Is that a question for Carmen? Carmen, hi Daze, hi Carmen. Carmen, I've got a question. Why do you always join with like half an hour to go? Do you always do something else? I suppose my real question is, why is this community an afterthought to you? Please respond. Right, next up we got Jacy Jayne against Tatum. Let's go. The Beach Daze asking the real questions. Jeffrey Epstein, where are you? I'm from Hammond, Indiana, says the Carmen. Carmen, that might be the best comment I've ever seen from you. Let's get this sorted. Jeffrey Epstein, where are you? Where are you? I'm from Hammond, Indiana. Yeah, Jeffrey, if you are there, buds. And I say bud very loosely. I don't need that getting out, right? Jeffrey, if you are there. I just naturally said, forgive the bud. I didn't mean bud. If you are there, Carmen's got some questions. Yeah? Carmen wants to know, where are you? Rumors are Israel, I heard. That's what the streets were saying in the chat. But very powerful. Very powerful there from Carmen to come in. You don't expect that from Carmen. Normally expect some ARW Pro, maybe backbreaker wrestling chat. Don't expect... Oh, his soul. His soul. His soul. I get you're upset. You didn't have it. Blake had you. Yeah. I wasn't going to watch Blake snap your leg in half. Your leg is barely healed. You can't be a champ if you're injured. Soul says whatever. Honestly, I think Soul's being a really bad friend. I think Soul is being a really bad friend. Unbelievable. I hate this pairing, said the champ. Well, I might have to worry about it too long. It does feel like we're in the dying stages. Here's Tatum. Tatum is here with Izzy, Nico, Sean. Carmen said, Daze, my 24th birthday was this past Friday. I was born on November in 2001. Carmen, it was this past Friday. Well, happy birthday, buds. I hope you had a very good day. Happy birthday. We've only got 15 minutes. No Name said, we need Catweasel from World of Sports. There's a name from the past. Taker 1990 said, Daisy, are you doing NXT opinions video? I don't think so. It's on pause at the moment. I think we'll do a breakdown. I don't think we'll do a stream though. Just find that the NXT stuff obviously doesn't get as much engagement. I mean, some of those NXT opinion videos can struggle to get to like 1,000 views. So yeah, I don't know what to do with all of that. We need to give that a thought. Respectfully, Izzy, in the words of Ron Simmons, damn, said Jennifer. Damn. Okay, Jacy Jayne. Getting her intro. Oh, look at that little wave over towards Tatum. I think I might be a Jacy Jayne stan, you know. Look at that. Even there, she's standing, looking at her, shaking her head like disgusted. She's always working, Jacy. Always working. Crowded with Tatum. As they should be. I'm with Jacy. 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 Let's go. Let's go. That's how I knew you weren't the one, says Corey. That's how I knew you weren't the one. The real Jeffrey Epstein wouldn't care about this show. Corey doing some high-level detective work. Do we actually have someone in the chat? Because I haven't even seen. Oh, we do. Oh, we do. And it's almost certainly William Hensey. Right, here we go. We are underway. Nine Dot Holiday said, did I hear it right? That Jeffrey Epstein and Wrestling Daze are buds? No. But what happened was there was a little bit of interference. I think the stream got crossed over with another one. And yeah, there was like some sort of glitch. That's one way to cap off this freak off. It's getting hot in here, said Nine Dot Holiday. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that they heard something like that, but it was some weird glitch that went down. Thanks for seeking clarity, Nine Dot Holiday. It's good to get some clarity on that. Just, you know, it should go without saying, Jeffrey Epstein, bad man, in my mind. Don't know how you feel. Not a fan. Not a fan. Roll up there by Tatum. Boot coming in by Jacy. Duck underneath, over against the ropes goes Jacy and takes over Tatum. Tatum goes over. Let's go. Let's go. I wish we'd given this match more time, though. I don't know why we've been so stingy. Kick. Oh, little kick. I like that little kick, actually, by Tatum. Oh, I love that spot as well. Crossbody. She always sticks there for a beat. Over in the other side goes Jacy and Fatal Influence. Pull her out the ring. Pull her out the ring. Oh, against the ropes. Jacy goes down, lands on Laney. Here's Tatum. Tatum to the outside. Moonsault. Down go Fatal Influence. Jeffrey Epstein said, Daze, I'm a different Epstein. I'm not that one. Jeez. Oh, sorry, buds. Tatum Tuesday. James said, Daze has nothing to do with Epstein, but he does love Drake. Yes. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team's effing here. Started from the bottom, now we're here. I like a one dance. I don't know the rest of that one. I'm in a one dance. I'm going home. Something, going home. That one. A minor. Yeah, I know all his songs. JC on the outsides. Oh, yeah, man. Oh, yeah. Into the edge of the ring goes Tatum. A minor. That's it. We know all the hits, don't we, James? We're big Drake fans. Splashes down on Tatum and kick out there by Tatum. Undercover Manager said, I've got a new match type idea. It involves all three brands having their own ring. Okay. And then a WWE ring in the center. And it's like a weaponized cage. First two pins qualify for the center ring. Winner gets the title shot. Well, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it. I don't quite get how it works. Do you know what would be really interesting, though? Well, it might be a bit too much going on at the same time. But I was just thinking, if you had one match going on in that ring, one match going on in that ring, it was like TNA, NXT, Raw, and SmackDown. So you had Raw against TNA, SmackDown against NXT. Matches going on. The two winners then go into the center one to get the title. Is it something along those lines? The only thing I'd say is 3 rings in a row is a lot of room to take up. I wonder if you could have smaller rings, though. And then also having 2 matches going on at the same time might be a bit, a lot to kind of focus on, you know? Don't know how you would kind of present that. And if they're not on at the same time, then you don't need 3 rings. You could just have 1 ring. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm not quite picking up what you're putting down, but I like. Listen, I'm here for new ideas. I'm here for new ideas. How about no crowds? Oh, like AEW. Hey, you thought I was back, didn't you? You thought I was back on board with AEW, and then I did the old switcheroo. Okay, we are back. Guys, can we dial in, please? There's only 8 minutes to go. Shot coming in there by Tatum. Forearm shot coming in again. Jacy work. Oh, mate, did you see how she knocked Tatum down? Blumming hell. Jesus. Jordan said, Daze, did I just see Jacy blowing a kiss to Booker? I hope that Queen Shamel is not looking because he'll be in the doghouse. I think he might have, I think she might have blown a little kiss in his direction. Tatum going up. Divorce, 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 divorce. It's the only logical way forwards. Okay, we got Tatum up there with Jacy. Bang! Over goes Tatum. She comes crashing down. I wonder if it hurts inside, but there's a super kick. As down goes Jacy. Crowd are applauding. It's fun. We're going through the motions, but it's fun. It's fun. In fact, the crowd are saying it's awesome. The crowd are saying it's even better than fun. Jacy down. Tatum down. Tatum Tuesday. People love Tatum. Shot coming in there by Jacy. Kick coming in there by Tatum. Carmen said, I might go to the Maria Reina Center to see IRW Pro. Well, you should. When was the last time you went to see him, Carmen? I feel like we mention them every week. Do you go every week? Here we go. Jacy. Ah. Bang. Down goes Jacy again. Tatum. Big kick. Jacy going for a ride. Bang. She goes back against the ropes. Tatum's going to look to charge over. She goes to the outside. Do the kick. Do the kick. Boom. Jacy goes down. She gets back in the ring. Against the ropes goes Tatum. Ah! That is great. 1, 2. Yeah. This is good stuff, man. This is good stuff. This is the good stuff. Right now, Jacy over against the ropes. Daze. The last time I went to ARW Pro was November 8th. That's not that long ago, is it? That's good. Kick coming in. King Yeti said Daze isn't what he suggested like World War III. It's a bit like it, but obviously with some differences. There was more people in World War III. Charging in, but we did have like the 3 rings and everything. Back elbow coming in. Going up. It's got the legs. Into the ring post goes Tatum. Charging in, colliding into the corner. Grabbing Tatum. Tatum goes down. Right now we've got Jacy climbing up. She's on that middle rope. Tatum with that enziguri kick. She did it on the outside. Now she does it in the ring. Going up, we're looking for a big... She's got the leg swinging. Oh! Down she goes. She's got her in. She's trying to get... Oh, my God! 1, 2... Yeah, that's really interesting. Vic Joseph's like, is she going for the perfect plex? Sean Spears is up. Right, we're at the beginning of the end of this one. We're at the beginning of the end. We got 4 minutes left to go. There's a chair being slid into the ring. Okay, oh yeah, she's trying to help her with the chair, and Tatum's like, no, I'm not doing it that way. Roll up there by Jacy. 2, kick out by Jacy. Bang. Another kick coming in. Oh, down goes Laney. Jacy on the outside of the ring. Here's Tatum. Big boot there by Jacy. Tatum goes down. Oof. Jacy kicked her so hard, she's injured her own foot. Tatum in the ring. Jacy in after her. Love that discus forearm. 1, 2. Oh! The rolling encore doesn't get the job done. Fallon is shocked. That forearm that she delivers, it's a signature move of Jace's. She does it all the time. Right now, she's saying, grab the belt. She's saying to Laney, get the belt. Laney has got the championship. Izzy on the outsides. Takes down, the belt's in there. She gives the belt to Tatum. Mate, there's so many moving parts. Jacy with the belt. No. Referee is spotted. Yeah, what you doing? Oh, here's Tatum. Tatum rolling up. 1, 2, kick out. My God, which way is this going to go? Okay, right now the culling. Yeah, big boot by Izzy. Big boot. Izzy lays out Tatum. The turn. The turn. Bang. Rolling encore. 1, 2, 3. The new champ is the old champ. But the bigger story is the betrayal by the Cullen. Tatum Paxley has been betrayed. Her heart will be broken. Jacy gets the belt back. The future for Tatum is surely revenge on the Cullen. Oh, look at that boot. Look at that boot. I saw a lot of people online earlier today hoping that this betrayal was not going to be coming today. They were hoping that Tatum was going to have a longer run. Sometimes life can hit you hard. And Izzy's boot can hit even harder. Honestly, it's going to be a lot of broken hearts, man. Oh, look at Izzy grabbing Tatum. Pain. 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 There's going to be a lot of pain. There's going to be a lot of heartache. Betrayed. Guys, this is why you don't have friends. Because they are going to turn on you at some point. Oh, Master Back said, help, I'm eating some steak and my dog is putting his face on my leg. What do I do? Oh my God, well, the dog, if I was you, the dog would be having steak. That is the weakness that I have. Anything I have, if the dog is going to kind of beg, then I crumble. Well, all I can say, Master Back, is you've lost your steak. That's what's happened there. You've lost your steak. You've lost your steak, and Tatum has lost her belt. That's what's happened. Guys, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? Izzy absolutely blasted Laney, and against Tatum, bro. Izzy pump kick just now to both women was nasty. She messed her up. She absolutely messed her up. This show sucks, said Robbie. Robbie is sad. Robbie is sad. Robbie, I think you've been a big Tatum head, though, haven't you? I think you are, like, part of the Tatum fan club. I'd imagine this has hit you hard, but thoughts with you at this difficult time. Thoughts with all of you at this difficult time. Steak is delicious and expensive. Go away, dog, says King Yeti. I think that's really fair. I think that's really fair. I wouldn't be able to do that, but I think it's really fair. Let's get match scores, shall we? This is the worst show of the year, says Harry. How did NXT suck, said James. Because Tatum lost, James. Don't you get it? Tatum lost. My girl won, though, so I'm thrilled. I am not waiting for WWE AI videos. Oh, I'm now waiting of WWE AI videos of Daze against Grimm against Christian Miracle, the Sins guy, says Davids. Let's go. They sound like great. That sounds like great content. I'm sure AI is just going to replace us all. I'm also looking forward to AI Daze doing a better job than the real Daze, which isn't odd. Doing a better job than the real Daze can ever do. This makes me sad. Tatum makes my junk wiggle, said V. Well, she's still going to be around, buds. Your junk can still wiggle. Do you know what I mean? It's not the end of that. Guys, I think some of you are blowing this out of proportion. She's not dead. Do you know what I mean? She'll be back next week. Your junk will still be able to wiggle around. It's just she's no longer a champion. Yeah. So she becomes average like the rest of us. She ain't effing dead, said James. Although that was a big boot. We probably do need to just check first that she didn't get like flipping decapitated. JC Call-Ups on hold, said Jennifer. Hope you well, Jennifer. Hope you well, mate. Cameron said, it's just sad. Oh, it's just said on Netflix after the show that the next live episode is December 2nd. Does that mean next week's show is taped? It is taped, yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately. I like to try and keep up with, you know, what people are saying online. I've got my little list of people that I follow. Did it yet? It's still about 5 minutes behind. I'll refresh it in a second. But the top message that I've got is Crispy Wrestling saying, HBK, don't you even think about it. And guess what? He thought about it. He absolutely thought about it. And that resulted in this moment right here. No! No! Why, Izzy? Why? Trick and Jacy are going to be in NXT forever. Despicable, said WWE. And no. Well, terrible choice. To be honest, I don't really get much, like, God damn it, bro. I don't get loads of reactions so much. I haven't really got those accounts on my list. I've just got more like, hey, this has just happened. And new. Boom. Scarlett's reacted to that Fightful news. She said, more news like this, please. Izzy takes out Reed. Oh, hello. What's that?
Leaving today. We're going back to Canada, the greatest place to stay. That means we're leaving. Bye. Beautiful.
That was so good. Big Time said we got a towel thrown, deflating the crowds. Darkstate retaining, and now Tatum losing the belt. Very underwhelming and disappointing. Well, do you know what? Right, this was a bit of a special show. If you all promise to watch an opinions video, then we can do some feedback. Yeah? I'm not promising we're doing this every week, because some of you don't watch those videos. But this, I think, is going to be very emotional. It's going to be a lot of hurt, a lot of heartache with Tatum. So, what did you think about NXT? I'm putting the opinion, I'm putting the feedback up now, right? Yeah. Posted it. But I'm also going to mute it because I don't need all your answers being in my notifications, right? So let me mute it as well. But I will read your comments in that video. Like, literally, no one's commented. I mean, this is why I don't do it, because people just don't interact with me, and it sucks. So, yes, we will get a video done. But I need to go and do a talking points video now. I don't watch them, because I don't care about people's opinions, said James. Well, James, I respect the honesty, honestly. Respect. Joy Marie said, I'm happy that WWE will be on Netflix in Philippines on January 2026. Will I be able to watch previous WWE programs or just a newbie question, said Joy Marie. Joy Marie, shout out to you, my friends. Limited older stuff. I mean, I've got Netflix in front of me right now. There's a Raw vault, a SmackDown vault, but it doesn't have every episode of those shows in there. There's more Raw stuff than SmackDown, I think, if I remember right. Lots of the old PLEs. But, I mean, I would say the big stuff is going to be there. But you're not going to get every Raw or every SmackDown. There's, like, whole years that are missing. PLE's pretty good. But, I mean, if you're looking for ECW, if you're looking for primetime wrestling, if you're looking for any of those kind of documentaries, if you're looking for like home video, it depends how far down the rabbit hole you want to go. I would say Raw, SmackDown, and PLEs, which is what most people want. Not bad. Anything beyond that? No, rubbish. Pretty rubbish. We're a far cry from the network. But, yeah, for most people, Raw, SmackDown, PLEs is all they need. It's all they need. James said, I definitely watch Unseen, though. At least that's good. Oh, okay. Until the thanks folder, and then it's always ass kissers, said Jay. Oh, shots fired! Pop, 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 pop. Well, James, thank you for watching Unseen. I appreciate it. Wrestling fan said, I don't watch them because I don't have enough time. Do you know what? That's fair. That is fair. Jennifer said, I don't have an X account and I refuse to give Elon money. Yeah, funny you should say that, actually, because I was thinking of starting to put a little feedback thing in the live. You know, we do the live breakdowns of Raw and SmackDown. I was thinking, does it make sense to provide a link where you can click on that during those watch-longs things, those lives, and actually leave your comments about the show, and then I use those to do the opinion videos rather than X. So I don't know, I was thinking about that. I feel like if you're going to be kind enough to join one of those lives that we do for the breakdowns afterwards, I feel like I should reward that in some way by saying thank you, and I wonder if a little link to a Google form that allows you to share your thoughts, and then I use the responses from that as, you know, kind of, I don't know, that was just something that came through my mind the other day. So we might see a little change there. I don't know. Days, I'm going to try and make some more time for them, though. Well, I mean, look, they're honestly, I'm only joking. I put out a lot of content. We put out hours of streams. We put out unseens. We put out breakdown videos. We put out opinion videos. We put out shorts. Do you know what I mean? Any support that people show the channel is so appreciated. And I really appreciate everyone joining us tonight. I think it's an interesting one that's going to really divide opinion because Tatum is so loved. But she's on a journey. That's how I would kind of view it. She's on a journey. She's a great wrestler. She just had a great match. She's on a journey. I think we knew that betrayal was coming. I think it is a shame that it's come so soon. But she can now go into a really interesting feuds. And then maybe when she's past that feuds, she can get back to being a two-time women's champion. I think this feud, if you remember, she was just a girl that was sat backstage with dolls. I think her getting into this faction, going all the way to winning the women's championship. I mean, it's been good for her. It's been a positive. I know people would like for that to continue. I do understand. But yeah, I think she goes off into some quite interesting now. It's not like back to catering for you. Far from it. She's going to be involved in a big angle now with the Cullen. She's going to want revenge. This could continue her development, you know. So I'm not worried about Tatum. I think she's got a very bright future. But I can understand why people would be disappointed tonight. Daze, you should ask people to leave feedback and opinions on the YouTube comments. That's good for the algorithm, said Johnny. The only problem with that is that obviously I talk during the videos about things, and I do not expect people to agree with everything I say. I never have, right? And I'm always happy to have kind of like a conversation about things. And so I think people like to share their opinions, maybe countering some of the things I've said in the comments. So the problem with that is that you would have a mixture of people's thoughts about the show, and you would also have a mixture of people kind of countering things I've said in the video. So I don't know. I get your point, but I think it might be cleaner if there was just a separate space where it's like, don't talk about what I'm saying. What did you think of NXT? So that would be my only concern. If it went into the comments, you'd have a real mixed bag of, do you know what I mean? A bit of everything. So, right, I need to run anyway. Wrestling Andy said, Daze, Jacy is the best NXT champ since Black and Golds. I'm a fan. I am a fan. I do like her. I am a Jacy Jayne stan, actually. I could quite happily buy Jacy. I don't think there is a Jacy Jayne shirt, is there? I might have a look. WWE shop. I could represent Jacy. I don't want no Fatal Influence shirt. They can't even work out the goddamn entrance. But is there just a £58? What the flip? £58. Is this old? I'm guessing it is. Is this like pre? Why is it £58 for a shirt? What the hell has happened? The hell has happened to the world where we've got a £58 shirt? I mean, there's a Cora Jade one next to it. I don't know why. That's 27. I mean, she has left. But, £58. I spending £58. I like her. I don't like her that much. Blimey now. Hello, tariffs. Is it that? Am I being tariffed? Oh my God. Is it tariffs? Oh, this is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Here I am wanting to support an American talent. And I'm being tariffed into next week. £58. I'll just make my own. If Canada is so great, why did Chelsea marry Matt Cardona? Said Taker 1990. Maybe that is one to ask Chelsea. It's a good point. It's a good point. She wants a little bit of American from time to time, doesn't she? Eh? It's a good point. The stream will end shortly, said Boomers. That is true. Christopher said, Daze, HBK, Kane, Undertaker, Roman, Kevin Nash, Triple H, Kane, Madison Square Garden. Christopher, thank you. On that bombshell, we're done, my friends. We are done. We are off. I'm going to work on that video, and we'll do the opinions thing after. I think we'll get an unseen up for the morning as well, of course. Depends what's gone down today. I'll have to have a look. But thanks for joining us. Appreciate it as always. And I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.